Seeing the future is a topic of debate. Some would love to even get a glimpse of their future, and others say even attempting to see the future would lead to guaranteed personal ruin. Whatever your opinion is, I'm not here to judge. I'm just here to share the secret of how to see your future. People have a desire to know about things that they really shouldn't know. I think curiosity is part of being human, to knowingly seek out information that normally wouldn't be available, no matter the cost. I don't condemn or condone this behavior. I'm merely here to explain how someone possessing sufficient determination, courage, or maybe stupidity might come by some of this information. Specifically, how someone might learn everything they need to know about their future. It won't be easy for you. Fair warning. The future is a complicated matter, so you won't just find what you're looking for on any street corner. But, if you follow these instructions, you just might be able to find out what you need to know without any serious consequences. The first matter of importance is the time of the month. There needs to be no moon in the sky on the night that you are seeking your answers. But the weather is unimportant. Cloudy skies obscuring the moon will not do. Honestly, if you're already looking for loopholes, you probably should just stop right now. It must be a new moon for you to find the object. You will need to go to an abandoned building. One much bigger than a house. It could be a factory, a refinery, a hospital. You get the idea. It must be away from an urban area with lots of noise and traffic, as being interrupted would be a very poor idea. This means you must do this alone. This point cannot be stressed enough. It would be a good idea to decide on a suitable building before the new moon. You see, the building must be quite specific in its design. You need to find a room within the building that is situated below ground level, with no windows or any other light source. It must be of moderate size, not an aircraft hangar or a broom closet. The room you select must have a door on the southern side of the room. This is of the utmost importance. Please do not get your sense of direction confused. Doing it in a room with a northern situated door would be a very poor way to spend an evening. The room must have a storage unit of some description in it. Possibly a desk, drawers, cabinet, or sizable box. The storage unit must have been in the room already. Do not bring any such items in it with you. Whatever you do, until it is a new moon and you are fully committed to your quest, do not open the storage unit. If you do, you will not find what you are seeking. You see why identifying a suitable room and building before the new moon is ideal. It might take a while, but seeing your future shouldn't be easy. When you go back on the new moon, you must be prepared to enter the room completely naked. That means no wristwatches, cell phones, nothing. Try to remember where the storage unit is within the room, and practice gauging time with no phone or watch. The task will only be completed between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Opening the drawer or unit before 2 a.m. will simply result in a failure. Having the drawer open after 3 a.m. can cause even more trouble. If the storage unit is definitely not where it was the last time, get dressed and leave. Never try again. You'll be happier for it. If the unit is about where you remember, you are ready to go. Open the drawer after 2 a.m. and reach inside of it. You should feel a small candle and a box of matches, as well as a larger item. The larger item is an old Polaroid camera. Light the candle and place it against the eastern wall of the room. Again, please don't mess up your sense of direction. This particular ritual could be likened to an occult game of operation, where any deviation from the desired line results in a failure. Not just an angry buzzing, but I'll leave that to the imagination. You probably won't notice immediately that you've made a mistake, so keep your wits about you. With the candle lit, you can proceed to ensure there are no extra items in the drawer, particularly coins. If there are coins, leave immediately and do not take them. If there is nothing else in the drawer, you may take the photos. There are 12 polaroids in the camera, but you don't need to use all of them. Stand with your back to the western wall and take a photo of the candle. Wait for it to develop fully before taking another. This rule applies to each photo you take. Despite the lack of light, the Polaroid should develop quickly. You will notice immediately that the photo is not of a candle. If it is, I'm so sorry. It will be a photo of you, but a reasonable distance into the future. This could be 20 years or 200. It really just depends. Don't be too concerned if you see a crumbling tombstone. That will be most of us in 200 years. Unless you place the candle against the western wall. Which I hope for your sake, you haven't. This is where the quest becomes interesting. You may use as many or as few of the Polaroids as you like to find your answers. Each photo you take will be closer to the present time, but the time difference between photos will be random. They may show you your future house, or a car in the background. They may show you your future wife or children. The most important thing here is to keep count. You don't want to use the last Polaroid, no matter what. Trust me. There are many ways to grant eternal suffering from this quest, but by far the worst is to use the last Polaroid. Using the last Polaroid will invite an entity into your world that is as old as time itself. It may not kill you immediately. In fact, it may never lay a hand on you. It will, however, ensure the most horrific suffering you can imagine. That could mean watching everyone you love be flayed alive, every day for all of your existence. Maybe it will possess you and let you watch it do horrible things. Very few people in this world are acquainted with this entity, and that's for good reason. With that in mind, most people use 5 or 6, get a few answers and leave. The daring ones use 11. I appreciate their bravery and concentration. Care should be taken to look at each photo carefully. If there are any obscure shapes hiding in the background, it is time to conclude your quest. If each photo is of the same tombstone, it may not be worth continuing until you can see the inscribed date. Wouldn't want it to be too soon. Particularly if you're not 100% confident that all of the previous steps have been done correctly. If you use less than 11 Polaroids, and all of the photos are devoid of peculiar shapes, good on you, you're done now. Just make sure to conclude your quest before 3 a.m. Place the camera and all the Polaroids back in the drawer. Blow out the candle and place it in the drawer too. Leave the building and get what you can from your answers, but don't try the procedure again. I hope you found what you were looking for.
You made it back! Oh, well, most of you did. It looks like some of you might have tried to follow along with the video and missed a step. If this was proven real, would you make an attempt? Let me know in the comments below. A friend of mine tried it once. The next day, he went straight to church and started talking about how he had to be more positive. I asked him what he saw in the photos. He said nothing. They were all negatives. Get it? Negatives? Negatives.
The room was dark and empty. A spare room that I hadn't had the chance to do anything with. The electricity had gone out sometime earlier that night, so I had no way to tell the time and no source of light. except for the flashlight in my hand, my lighter, and the candle I had brought just in case. I was sitting with my back in the far corner of the room, flashlight pointed straight at the door on the other side. The light danced on the wall across from me as my hand shook, terrified, although I had no idea what had been stalking me that day.
Have you ever had the feeling you were being watched? Even though you were sure you were alone, you just couldn't shake the feeling. Well, that feeling is usually Mark Zuckerberg. We all get watched from time to time, while out shopping, walking, or driving. But we like to think we're safe once we're inside our homes. And we usually are. Usually.
I didn't have a car, so I biked, carrying groceries in 2 plastic bags in a crate hooked up to the back of my bike. When I got home, I noticed that I was missing a bag of groceries. It must have fallen off when I was riding home. Thinking it nothing more than unfortunate luck, I picked up the one bag and headed inside. After all, I could do without canned goods for a few days. I opened the door and almost immediately tripped on something piled up in front of the door, just inside the house. The groceries from the bag I was holding flew into the air and scattered as they hit the ground. When I looked back to see what I tripped on, there was a sloppy pile of canned food. Since I never locked my door, I simply dismissed it as a good Samaritan act from a neighbor that perhaps was too busy to stop and chat. I picked up all the food and stowed it away in the kitchen. It was getting late, so I headed upstairs to my bedroom, got a book, flipped a switch on the bedside lamp, and entrenched myself in a good story. As the night went on, I started to hear weird noises coming from downstairs in the kitchen. I told myself it was just my imagination, because every time I would notice the sounds, they would stop. And when I went back to the story, they would pick up again. My imagination would do that to me from time to time. Before I was able to finish my chapter, the lamplight flickered out. I put my book down, still open to save my spot, and I went to turn on the main light. Unfortunately, it didn't come on either. The power was out. As I prepared to reset the circuit breaker, the noises from downstairs started again. It sounded like someone rummaging around in my kitchen. I grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand drawer, a bat from beneath the bed, and headed downstairs, the creaking steps giving away my position. When I got to the kitchen, the noises stopped. Bat ready, I pointed my flashlight all around to see where the intruder was, but saw no one. What I did see was the canned food I had recently put away was stacked neatly in a pyramid just beneath the kitchen table. I swallowed hard, thinking someone must be playing some prank or some sick twisted game. Slowly I crept towards the table, feet wet from milk that had spilled on the floor. When I got closer to the table, I could hear breathing coming from beneath it. I stooped down to look, but saw nothing. Slowly I reached out to touch the pyramid of cans. As my hands made contact, the cans scattered. It was as if something burst through them, scattering them in all directions. I fell back on the soaked floor and dropped the flashlight. As I frantically grasped for the flashlight, I heard the sound of feet splashing through the puddles on the floor and running out of my kitchen. I got up and slowly followed the footprints made from the spilt milk. What struck me as odd was that they weren't human footprints. They were the same width and length, but the toes were much longer, almost as long as fingers. I followed them to the front door, where they disappeared. I relaxed a little, just thankful that whatever it was gone, but I didn't loosen my grip on the bat. Slowly I walked backwards towards the stairs again, planning on locking myself up in my room and waiting till morning. As I did, it sounded like something wet hit the wooden floor in front of me. I pointed my flashlight down at the floor and my heart stopped. There was a new footprint. This one pointed at me. I took another step back and heard another wet slap. Another footprint, I turned and ran, tripping up the stairs but making it up to my room. I slammed the door shut and locked it and pushed the bed up against it, knocking my book down in the process. I set the bat down on the bed for a second and grabbed the lighter and candle out of my nightstand, just in case. That's when I heard the first creak. Whatever it was mounting the first step in the staircase. Frantically, I ran to the opposite side of the room, where there was a door that led to a spare room. Upon hearing the second step creak, I threw open the door, which didn't have a lock, ran inside, and headed to the far corner. I sat there quietly, breathing heavily, heart pounding in my ears. I realized that I left my bat on the bed, but was convinced by the creaking of the third and fourth step that it wasn't worth going to get it. I sat there, counting the steps as they creaked. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It was getting closer. My hand shook as a tear ran down my cheek. What was going on? That's 15. I tried to control my breathing. After all, I was trying not to be found. My heart pounded louder, sweat flattened my hair to my head, and the shaking became worse. My knuckles were white as I clenched the flashlight, whose beam was now dancing all over the wall, rarely even landing on the door. It had reached the second floor. Slowly the footsteps got closer as it approached my room. I heard the lock turn and the door creak open. The bed scraped across the floor. I heard the bat rattle against the wood as it fell off the bed. And still, the footsteps continued. Pages turned as whatever it was picked up the book that I was reading and started to look through it. Then came a thud as it dropped it. It began to rummage through my drawers and my sheets as if looking for something. Then everything went still and quiet. The silence was only broken by my heavy breathing and the pounding of my heart. It stayed like this for a few minutes. Then the footsteps continued. It was getting closer to the spare room. The door slowly creaked open. Lingering ajar momentarily. My heart was ready to leap out of my chest. My mouth was dry, and sweat stuck my clothes to my skin. This was it, I thought. As I waited for something to come into the room, nothing happened. Again came the excruciating silence, this time lasting for what felt like hours. Nothing happened, and I was starting to believe that whatever it was had lost interest and left. Still, I sat in my corner, flashlight trained on the door opposite me. I slowly returned to a calmer state of mind. After God knows how long, my flashlight flickered out, leaving me in complete darkness. Frantically, I reached for the lighter and flicked it on. My gaze shot towards the door. Still nothing. I looked around the room. Nothing. Slowly, I got up and crossed the room to the door. I closed it and sat with my back against it, just in case. Still, the silence reigned. Finally, I let out a sigh of relief. It was gone. I went to flip the light switch, but still the power was out. So I lit the candle instead. And that's when I became aware of something standing in the opposite corner of the room. My heart froze in my chest, and my lungs refused to work. It couldn't have been there before. I was just in that corner, but it was there, now. In a frenzy to get up and run, I knocked over the candle and it went out. I gripped the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. It was stuck, locked inside with God knows what. I searched the floor for the lighter and flicked it on. I looked around, but the being was gone. Again, I was alone. Breathing heavily, I found the candle, all the while keeping my gaze on that far corner where it had been just moments earlier. Once I brought the lighter to the wick, and life was breathed into the candle, it reappeared. The candle gave it away. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. But its feet, flat, long, and bony, those are the feet that would leave the tracks downstairs. Its body was built the same way, abnormally skinny, just skin wrapped with bone. And it was short too, like a child. Its knobbly arms were just long enough that its long, skinny fingers could reach the ground as it stood straight up. Its clothing looked like ancient rags. It was bald, pale, and had no ears or nose that I could see. The mouth was thin and lacked proportion, much like the rest of its body. And the eyes were round and lifeless, black orbs that simply reflected the candlelight. As I stared at its eyes, they seemed to calm me. My heart rate slowed. My breathing steadied, and the urge to run faded away. Something about its eyes kept me gazing into them, unable to move, not wanting to, even if I could. I could feel its gaze drawing me in, as I was overcome with the feeling that I belonged with it. It stepped forward, slowly putting one foot in front of the other, dragging its fingers across the ground. It came right up next to me, its gaze never leaving mine, as I stared down at it and it up at me. It slowly raised one arm, holding out its long, thin hand. Its fingers were about twice the size as mine, and I knew normally this would be something to be afraid of. But as I gazed into the light reflected off its eyes, I began to forget my name, my past, and myself. I took its hand, and it took the candle from me. It started leading me out the door, down the stairs, and out into the yard. Together, we walked up to the edge of the forest, the candle lighting our path. I stopped at the edge of the woods and looked back at my home. Even though the creature hardly moved, I could feel it tugging me, urging me to continue. I looked into its eyes, and all of the worries were gone. We took one step into the woods, and I watched as the creature blew out the candle.
Well, now you all know the secret of the candle walker. He goes into your house, throws your stuff around, spills milk all over the place, and then disappears you. It sounds like he works for the US government. Until next time, try to keep things light. Elon Musk's SpaceX is working hard to eventually put people on Mars. I'm not sure this is a good idea. I just feel like it's not fair to everyone else. Why should humans get to destroy 2 planets? Tonight we have 2 well-documented alien stories. So settle down, clutch your sheets, and get ready, 'cause nothing is scarier than the truth.
In September of 1952, it was reported a UFO crashed in the woods near a farm in Flatwoods, West Virginia. 3 boys were playing outside when they saw a strange object shoot across the sky and crash by a neighboring farm called Fisher Farm. The boys ran inside and told their mom, Kathleen May. Kathleen rounded up some of the men from the town, including a West Virginia guardsman by the name of Gene Lemon. Gene and his dog led the crew into the woods. His dog ran ahead of them, out of sight, and began barking. Then returned to Gene with its tail tucked between its legs. It was frightened by something. Gene and the group reached the top of the hill, where they noticed a large, pulsating ball of fire. They also detected a mist in the air. It had a pungent odor and made their eyes and noses burn. Shortly after, Gene and the group saw a strange creature underneath the oak tree. The creature was reptilian-like, had a spade-shaped head, stubby arms, and claw-like fingers. It looked to be about 10 feet tall. The creature made a shrill hissing noise and glided towards them. But abruptly changed direction and headed towards the pulsating ball of fire. Gene fell back in fear, and the group fled the area in terror. After this encounter, the police investigated the area in the forest where the creature and the ball of fire were reported to be. But they found no evidence of the encounter, and did not even smell the odor that Gene and the crew had smelled. The group seemed genuinely terrified and appeared to be telling the truth, but the police dismissed it all as hysteria. 60 years have passed since the incident, but the case of the Flatwoods monster is still unexplained. What was the Flatwoods monster? It was August 8th, 1993, in the town of Victoria, Australia. Kelly and her husband were driving to a friend's birthday party. They were driving down a back road when Kelly spotted a ring of orange lights in a field. She tells her husband, who dismisses it as a helicopter. Kelly puts it out of her mind, and they continue driving to the party. On the way home, she sees the same lights, but this time her husband sees them too. The lights are in front of their car, hovering over the road. As they stare at this object, it shoots off to the left. They continue driving and are suddenly blinded by a bright light. Kelly asks her husband what he's going to do. He tells her he's going to keep driving. Sometime later, Kelly wakes up, confused, asking what happened. Her husband doesn't know, even though he was driving the entire time. The odd thing is, Kelly feels strangely calm considering that night's events. While looking out the window, she sees a tall black figure walking along the road. She dismisses it, and they drive home in silence. When they get home, they notice they lost an hour. Still in a daze, Kelly gets ready for bed and notices a triangle-shaped mark by her belly button. This confused them, but they were exhausted and went to bed without investigating the mark. Over the next few weeks, Kelly and her husband became ill. They suffered from headaches, fatigue, and stomach problems. Kelly began to remember bits of memory from that strange night she didn't have before. She remembered walking into the bright light with shadow figures moving around her. Then, one night on the way home from bingo, they passed the same spot where they saw the craft. Kelly suddenly felt a jolt of extreme fear. The next day, she remembered much more from that strange night. She remembered her and her husband saw the craft in a field. They noticed another car up on the road that also had pulled over. Kelly and her husband got out of the car and walked towards the craft. In front of it, a tall black figure appeared. Kelly described it as being blacker than black, more like a void. It was about 7 feet tall and had huge glowing red eyes. She got the feeling it didn't have a soul. Then she noticed more of them beneath the craft. They were forming small groups. One group began to float towards them, and the other group headed towards the other couple. As they approached, Kelly held her husband and screamed, "Leave us alone!" That's when Kelly remembers waking up in the car. Later on, Kelly has a memory of being on a table and one of those creatures hovering over her. Kelly's case was researched by a local paranormal group. They were even able to find the couple from the other car. The couple's stories matched Kelly's. The group claimed to be putting together a detailed report of what happened. The report was never released. Kelly wrote a book that sold out and is no longer in print. No other information has been released. Kelly and the other witnesses have not been heard from. The case remains a mystery.
Wow! What an emotional solar coaster! This week we had some amazing comments. I would pick just one to share with you, but there were so many good ones, I need to share more. These 3 children are my top commenters of the week. Our first top comment comes from Bass the Holy Cat, with his very insightful comment. Now I know what you're all thinking. What could be better than this? How could this ever be topped? Bast outdoes himself with another comment on another video. Bast, you are definitely a holy cat. Thank you for your comments and for keeping it real on Super Horror Show. The next amazing comment is from Leroy Porkins. In a recent poll, I asked you guys to name your favorite serial killers to potentially appear in upcoming videos. Leroy Porkins answered, Shia LaBeouf! If Shia LaBeouf was scary, this probably would have been the top comment of the week. Okay, and this week's top comment award goes to Bruno Texedia. On my video, 3 Steps to See Your Future, Bruno wrote, loved the video and the vibes it gives. But by the end, when you started laughing maniacally, the light bulb in my room died. It scared me half to death. What a riot! Thank you for sharing your experience with me, Bruno. You're this week's top commenter. Lucky for Bruno, Shia LaBeouf is such a wet noodle. Otherwise, he might have... Aha! What the f***?
Think back to when you were a child. You probably had some silly thing you were afraid of. Some ridiculous, imaginary boogeyman that haunted your nightmares. But you grew out of it, and soon enough you didn't need a nightlight to chase away the monster anymore. Except, sometimes, that boogeyman isn't imaginary. I know mine wasn't.
If you were dreaming right now, how would you know it? Would things look different? Feel different? Smell different? I mean, if it was my dream, there'd be way more horror babes around! But even if I was dreaming, and there were horror babes around, would it really matter? After all, dreams are fake. Right?
It all started when I was 4 or 5. My parents and I lived in this old house in a small town. I didn't really have many friends in the area, so naturally, I spent most of my free time exploring the house and playing little make-believe games by myself. There was one part of the house I refused to go in though. The basement. For whatever reason, I was convinced that there was something living down there. And it would get me if I ventured down there. I wasn't as wrong as you'd think. Now, before I go any further, I will admit that I was a bit of a coward as a kid, so nightmares were a fairly regular occurrence. But most of the time, I could tell that I was dreaming, so I didn't make too much of them. These dreams that I'm going to tell you about were different. They felt absolutely real. And given what happened, they very well might have been. Like I said, I was just a little tyke when I started dreaming about the old man. I still remember every little detail, even today. Especially today, in fact. I remember in the first dream, it was a beautiful summer day, and I was out and about riding my bike in the driveway, and generally not having a care in the world. My parents were outside, watching me, and as far as I cared, everything was perfect as it could be. Suddenly, I felt an icy wind blow over me, and my bike just sort of locked up. I began rolling, slowly, backwards along the driveway. I was unable to slow the bike down or even get off it. I began looking around in a panic, trying to see what was going on. That's when I saw him for the first time. The old man. He was dressed sharply, like an old-fashioned nobleman. He was tall and odd. His skin was pale. He had these terrifying eyes, and a disturbing smile. Being so young, I was unable to articulate exactly what I saw when I looked into the cold, dead eyes of what we came to call the Dream Man. Even as a grown man, I still can't. What I saw was simply too alien, too inhuman. Some thing's poor attempt at feigning humanity. I didn't waste any time. As soon as I saw that horrible thing, I tried to run. But I still couldn't even manage to get off my bicycle. I turned to scream for my parents, only to find they weren't there anymore. Not that they could have done anything anyways. I slid backwards, right into the arms of the old man, his horrible eyes staring at me. I felt a freezing numbness as his long, bony fingers grasped my arm, his dirty claw-like nails digging into my flesh. I remember how the old man leaned in close, breaking away from his bizarre smile just long enough to whisper one word to me. Cellar. The next thing I knew, I was being shaken awake by my parents, as I had actually been screaming in my sleep. I told them about what happened, and they told me it was just a nightmare. I believed them. Every so often, I would have nightmares about the man, but since they were only dreams, my parents didn't think much of them. That is, until I started sleepwalking. As bad as my first encounter with the Dream Man was, the worst had yet to come. The dream man was always the same. It always started off with me in my room, playing, when I would suddenly get a sense of wrongness about my surroundings, an urgency I couldn't shake. I would go off to find my parents, but no matter where I looked, I couldn't find them. When I would go to the hallway where the door to the basement was, I would hear someone calling me. When I would turn around to see where the sound came from, the basement door would swing open, and there would be the old man beckoning me, calling me without moving his lips, locked onto me with his unblinking stare. I was powerless. I could do nothing but march towards him, screaming silently in my mind as my limbs jerkily dragged me along against my will. A prisoner to my own body. Usually at this point, I'd be woken up by my parents. Somehow, I would sleepwalk all the way to the cellar door. They almost always caught me before I started to go down the stairs, but not always. One time, the old man managed to get me down to the basement. That's the only nightmare about the dream man that I don't entirely remember. I just remember that I was in the basement with him, and he gripped my leg in his icy dead grip, that vile grin on his face. I woke up in excruciating pain. Apparently, while sleepwalking, I fell down the stairs into the basement, breaking my leg in the process. After I got out of the hospital, my parents took me to see a psychologist who thought the nightmares and sleepwalking were stress-induced, stating my parents' constant arguing was probably to blame. But, just in case, I was prescribed a medication to help me sleep. Naturally, after what happened, sleep was the last thing I wanted to do, and being a little kid, I tried to stay awake forever. Obviously, this didn't work, but strangely enough, the nightmares sort of subsided. I mean, sure, the old man would regularly show up in my dream, terrifying me into consciousness, but he never forced me down to the basement again. So time passed, and a few years later, I was in 3rd grade, and had even managed to make a friend. Mike. Mike and I were more like brothers than anything else. We were two of a kind, inseparable. As similar as we were, we had one major difference. Mike was completely fearless, whereas I was absolutely terrified of 2 specific things: the dream man and the basement I'd come to associate with him. One day my parents gave in and allowed Mike to spend the weekend with us. We had a great time, playing video games, telling spooky stories. We even snuck into my dad's secret horror movie stash. But eventually, after all the spooky stuff we had seen and done, Mike suggested that we up the ante. We were going to go down to the basement to confront my fears. I begged Mike. I pleaded with him not to make me go down there, but he saw it as his duty as my best friend to break me free of this fear, and when Mike got an idea in his head, there was no dissuading him of it. I wish I could say what happened next was only a nightmare. It was just after midnight. We crept down the stairs into the basement, armed with flashlights and, in my case, a wiffle ball bat. We spent about half an hour down there, looking in every corner for the aged ghoul who had haunted my dreams for so long. With no success, Mike smiled at me and told me I didn't have to be afraid anymore, and we decided to go back upstairs. That's when everything went to hell. Standing there, in the doorway, was the dream man, every bit as horrifying as he had been in my dreams. In one swift motion, he clamped his gnarled hands around my shoulder, and with one determined motion lifted me off the ground so we were eye to eye. Those nightmarish eyes of his filled my vision. I heard screaming, but I couldn't tell if it was coming from me or from Mike. I don't remember what happened after that. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on the cold, hard floor, and Mike was huddled in the corner shuddering, wide-eyed and pale, clutching the bat to his chest. For some time afterwards, I continuously asked him what happened, but he always refused to tell me. As time passed, we grew distant, as friends often do, and as Mike became more and more withdrawn, I always blamed myself. Whatever happened to us in that basement had changed him, and it was all my fault. Eventually, I stopped dreaming about the old man, and I managed to put the whole thing behind me. I went to college, met a great girl. We've been married now for 10 years, and everything's pretty great. Like I said, I managed to move on, and nearly managed to forget about the dream man. Until this morning, that is. At breakfast, my son told my wife and I about a dream he had last night. A dream about an old man in the basement, an old man with cold hands and terrifying eyes.
And they all lived happily ever after. The end. What a great story. Hey, do you guys know what else is great? Reading this week's top comment. Please remember to like and comment, even just to say hi. I read every comment and it really helps the channel. Okay. Ooh. This week's top commenter is Frontal Lobe. Frontal Lobe wrote, I had an encounter with a UFO, but mine was a big black rectangle. Cool story if you're interested in hearing it. It was a great story, and there's a pretty good chance it'll be animated one day, so make sure you guys are telling me all of your strange, creepy, and paranormal stories. Until next week, sweet dreams!
When I was 12, video games were my favorite. I couldn't get enough. I was at the arcade every chance I got. Then, one night, everything changed. I lived in Portland, Oregon with my mom and older brother. We lived a few blocks from the arcade, so I would go with my friend Lenny, and sometimes my brother Jason would join us. It was a Tuesday night. Me and Lenny headed down to the arcade. It was pretty empty. Lenny went over to one of his favorites and started playing. I headed towards Pac-Man. That's when I noticed a new game was added. It was called Polybius. I thought I'd give it a try. It was sort of a shooter puzzle game. Pretty fun. I played for maybe 15 minutes and started to get a little bit of a headache. I quit and went over to another game. But while playing, I kept thinking about that new game and felt I had to beat the score. As I was thinking this, Lenny called me over. "Hey, I beat your old score, loser," he gloated. I ran over to win back the top score. While playing, out of the corner of my eye, I saw another kid go over to Polybius. I tried a few times but couldn't beat Lenny's new score. Lenny wanted to try the new game, so he went and stood behind the kid at Polybius. He was taking forever, like he didn't see there were other kids wanting a turn. "Hey, we're next, man." He ignored me, just kept playing. Lenny decided it wasn't worth waiting for anymore. "Let's just play something else. I'll try another time." Lenny was easygoing like that. We went off and played some other games that I don't even remember right now. All I kept thinking about was how I really wanted to play Polybius again. I was drawn to it, but that damn kid wouldn't get off. It got late, and we went home. That night I had very strange dreams. I could see the shapes from the game around me, and a strange man wearing a suit walking towards me. couple of days went by, and I wanted to go to the arcade. I called Lenny, but he couldn't go, so I went by myself. I got there, and there was a line at Polybius. Oh, come on. I got in line, and after what felt like forever, it was finally my turn. I put my coin in and began to play. The next thing I knew, the guy who worked there was pulling me away from the game. He was carrying on about how he's told us we gotta take turns or something. Honestly, I didn't really listen. I felt weird, really tired, and foggy. I looked around the arcade. There were so many games without a line. Games that would normally have lines. I could have gone to any of them, but something made me go back in line for Polybius. It took so long. By the time I was next in line, it was already past my curfew. I didn't care. I started to play again. It felt like I had only started to play when I heard my brother calling me. "Danny, let's go. It's almost 9. Mom's pissed." He grabbed my arm and practically dragged me off the game. On the way home, I was trying to remember my score, but I couldn't. I couldn't remember anything, and my head was pounding. When we got home, my mom started yelling about being home by 7. But she looked weird. I just nodded my head and went to my room. As I laid down, I heard the music from the game. Images flashed in and out. I felt heavy and tired. The next day I went to school. I felt exhausted, like I didn't sleep one bit. Lenny was talking to me, but I couldn't understand him. It was like I couldn't focus. I just kept thinking about that game. I told him we should go right after school. He said he couldn't go before doing his homework. Lenny was smart like that. Still, for all of his smarts, a good game is hard to resist. "Come on, just one game," Lenny agreed. When we got there, these 2 men were working on the game. They didn't look like normal repairmen. They had suits on. They had the machine plugged into another small black box, and after a few minutes, they left. They really gave me the creeps. The one guy looked at me as he walked by. His face was abnormally pale, and his eyes were dark and empty. But none of that mattered to me. I just wanted to get back to the game. I began to play as Lenny watched, and soon a line formed behind me. The next thing I remember doing is waking up in the city by an old building. I was confused and began walking home. It was getting dark. My head was pounding. Where was Lenny? How did I get here? The sounds of the city were wrong too, and I kept seeing these flashes of color. I saw one of the men in black at a street corner, watching me. What was going on? I began to run, hearing my heart pound in my head. I made it to my neighborhood and could even see my house when one of the men appeared in front of me. I don't know if it was fear, exhaustion, or if I was hit by something, but I passed out. I woke up in my bed. My mom must have found me passed out in the yard. That game. It's gotta be something with that game. I laid there, trying to rationalize what happened when my mom came in. She was pissed. She accused me of doing drugs. I told her I wasn't, that I just kept getting these bad headaches. My mom calmed down. She believed me, but I was still grounded for not being home by 7. I wasn't allowed to go to the arcade for the weekend. Over the weekend, the headaches and hallucinations subsided, but I still thought about the game, even though I knew, for whatever reason, it was the cause. That Monday I saw Lenny at school, and he started talking to me about Polybius. I told him not to play that game, but it was already too late. He said he already had. He played it for hours yesterday, and planned on going after school. I warned him it made me sick somehow. There's something wrong with it. He laughed at me and said, it's just a game, and that I probably caught a bug. No matter what I said, he wouldn't listen. I just finished being grounded. My mom would expect me to go straight home after school. I didn't. I went with Lenny to the arcade. When we got there, the place was almost empty, and the game Polybius was gone. Lenny ran over to the empty spot where Polybius used to stand. What the hell? Maybe it's getting repaired. He was desperate. I was glad it was gone, but part of me was hoping it was getting repaired. When we left and started walking home, on the way, I thought I saw one of those men sitting on a bench by the park. I quickly looked away. I still don't know if he was really there or not. After a few weeks, I felt normal. No more nightmares, no more headaches. The game never came back. I didn't go back to the arcade for months. Lenny eventually convinced me to go back. Lenny was good at talking like that. Decades later, I still think about that game. And sometimes, I still get nightmares.
You might not know it, but I've learned a lot by playing video games. One of the first lessons I've learned came from Tetris. If you fit in, you're gonna disappear. So make sure you stay unique. And that brings me to this week's top comment. This week's top comment comes from Reddit. Dr. Cuts wrote, "What the f*** is wrong with that skeleton dude?" Good question. So I told him, I'm not sure. I think I didn't get enough love as a child. He stood quiet after that. So I guess that means this week's top commenter is me. Oh, nice. Hey guys, if you enjoyed the video, please like and leave a comment below. Otherwise it'll be game over for me.
Calls for missing persons are all too common in college towns. Most of the time, it's some kid partying late. His mom gets nervous and calls the cops 15 minutes after curfew. More often than not, the kid will just stroll in, clearly impaired, while mom is talking to the cops. Other times it's these Romeo and Juliet cases. The kids think they're in love and they want to get married. But this was different. No one would call Michael a partygoer. He did have a girlfriend, but she was just as upset as everyone else. The last record of anyone talking to him was a text message he sent to his girlfriend about an old house and some prize money. She texted him back to see where he was, but he stopped replying.
Good evening, children. I've lost all kinds of things. Socks, remotes, jobs. But having a person go missing is far worse. In tonight's frightening feature, we're going back in time 1 month to find out what happened to Michael. I'm sure there'll be a logical explanation. After all, people don't just disappear, do they?
Before I start, it's important for you to know that Peter was a burnout. He and I were friends during our freshman year of college, and continued to talk even after he dropped out. I moved out of the dorms and into a small apartment my junior year. I didn't see Peter as much. We would talk online every now and then, and text here and there. But that was it. There was a period where we didn't talk at all, for about a month. I wasn't worried. He was a pretty notorious flake, and a drug addict, so I assumed he just stopped caring. Then one night I saw he was on Facebook. Before I could initiate a conversation, he sent me a message. "Michael, man, we need to talk." That was when he told me about the No End House. It allegedly got that name because no one has ever reached the final exit. It was pretty much the same as any of those silly internet challenges, but this one gave you money. The rules were pretty simple and cliche. Reach the final room of the building and you win $500. There were 9 rooms in all. The house was located outside of the city, roughly 4 miles from where I lived. Apparently, Peter had tried and failed. He was an addict. If he mixed narcotics and the scary challenge together, he'd be so easy to scare. A paper ghost would get the best of him. He told me it would be too much for anyone, that it was unnatural. I didn't believe him. I told him I would check it out the next night, and no matter how hard he tried to convince me otherwise, $500 sounded too good to be true. I had to go. I set out the following night. When I arrived, I immediately noticed something strange about the building. Have you ever seen or read something that shouldn't be scary, but for some reason, a chill crawls up your spine? I brushed off the chill and walked towards the building. The feeling of uneasiness only intensified as I opened the front door. My heart slowed, and I let a relieved sigh leave me as I entered. The room looked like a normal hotel lobby, decorated for Halloween. A sign was posted in place of a worker. It read, "Room 1, this way. 8 more to follow. Reach the end and you win." I chuckled and made my way to the first door. The first area was almost laughable. The decor resembled the Halloween aisle of a Kmart, complete with chic ghosts and animatronic zombies that gave out a static growl when you passed by. At the far end was an exit. It was the only door besides the one I entered through. I brushed through the kitty Halloween decorations and headed for the second room. I was greeted by fog as I opened the door to room 2. It definitely upped the ante in terms of technology. Not only was there a fog machine, but a bat hung from the ceiling and flew in a circle. I could hear a Halloween soundtrack playing, the kind that you'd find at a 99-cent store. I didn't see a stereo, but I guess they must have used a PA system. I stepped over a few toy rats that wheeled around and walked with a puffed chest across to the next area. I reached the doorknob and my heart sank to my knees. I didn't want to open that door. A feeling of dread hit me so hard I could barely even think. Logic overtook me after a few terrified moments, and I shook it off and entered the next room. Room 3 is when things began to change. On the surface, it looked like a normal room. There was a chair in the middle of a wood-paneled floor. A single lamp in the corner did a poor job of lighting the area, casting a few shadows across the floor and walls. That was the problem. Shadows. Plural. In addition to the chair's shadow, there were others, but there was nothing else in the room. I had barely walked in the door and was already terrified. I knew something wasn't right. I didn't even think as I automatically tried to open the door I came through. It was locked from the other side. This set me off. Was someone locking the doors as I progressed? There was no way I would have heard them. Was it a mechanical lock that said automatically? Maybe. But I was too scared to really think. I turned back to the room and the shadows were gone. The chair's shadow remained, but the others were gone. I slowly began to walk. I used to hallucinate when I was a kid, so I wrote off the shadows as a figment of my imagination and began to feel better as I made it to the halfway point of the room. I looked down as I took my steps. That's when I saw it. Or didn't see it. My shadow wasn't there. I didn't have time to scream. I ran as fast as I could to the other door and dove into room 4 without thinking. The fourth room was possibly the most disturbing. As I closed the door, all the light seemed to be sucked out of the room. I stood there, surrounded by darkness, not able to move. I'm not afraid of the dark, never have been, but I was absolutely terrified. All sight had left me. I reached out with my hand to see if I could get any information. All it did was confirm how dark it was. I couldn't even see my hand. But it wasn't just dark. I couldn't hear anything either. It was dead quiet. Even in the quietest of rooms, you can still hear yourself breathing. You can hear yourself being alive. I could not. I began to stumble forward after a few moments, my rapidly beating heart being the only thing I could feel. There was no door in sight. I wasn't even sure there was one this time. The silence was then broken by a low hum. I felt something behind me and quickly spun around, but could barely even see my nose. Still, I knew it was there. Regardless of how dark it was, I knew something was there. The hum grew louder and closer. It seemed to surround me. But I knew whatever was causing the noise was in front of me, inching closer. I took a step back. I had never felt that kind of fear. I can't even really describe it. I wasn't even scared I was going to die. I was scared of what the alternative was. I was afraid of what this thing had in store for me. Then the lights flashed for a second, and I saw it. Nothing. I saw nothing, and I know I saw nothing there. All at once, the room was again plunged into darkness, and the hum became a wild screech. I screamed in protest. I couldn't handle hearing this goddamn sound for another minute. I ran backwards away from the noise and fumbled for the door handle. I turned it and fell into room 5. Now, before I describe room 5, you have to understand something. I am not a drug user. I have had no history of drug abuse or any sort of psychosis, short of the childhood hallucinations I mentioned earlier, and those were limited to when I was really tired or just waking up. I entered with a clear head. After falling in from the previous room, my view of room 5 was from my back, looking up at the ceiling. What I saw didn't scare me. It simply surprised me. Trees had grown into the room and towered above my head. The ceiling in this room was taller than the others, which made me think I was in the center of the house. I got up off the floor, dusted myself off, and took a look around. This was definitely the biggest room of them all. I couldn't even see the door from where I was. Various brush and trees must have blocked my line of sight with the exit. Up to this point, I figured the rooms were going to get scarier, but this was paradise compared to the last room. I also assumed whatever was in room 4 stayed back there. I was incredibly wrong. As I made my way deeper into the room, I began to hear what one would hear if they were in a forest. Chirping bugs, the occasional flap of birds. These sounds appeared to be my only company in the room. That was the thing that bothered me, though. I could hear the bugs and other animals, but I didn't see any of them. I began to wonder how big this house was. From the outside, when I first walked up to it, it looked like a regular house. It was definitely on the bigger side, but this was almost a full forest in here. I could only assume the ceiling existed somewhere above the treetops. I couldn't see any walls either. The only way I knew I was still inside was that the floor matched the other rooms. It had the same standard dark wood paneling. I kept walking, hoping that the next tree I passed would reveal the door. After a few moments of walking, I felt a bug fly onto my arm. I shook it off and kept going. A second later, I felt about 10 more land on my skin at different places. I felt them crawl up and down on my arms and legs, A few made their way across my face. I flailed wildly to get them all off, but they just kept crawling. I looked down and let out a muffled scream, maybe more of a whimper to be honest. I didn't see a single bug. Not one bug was on me, but I could feel them crawl. I heard them fly by my face. I could feel them sting my skin, but I couldn't see a single one. I dropped to the ground and began to roll wildly. I was desperate. I hated bugs, especially ones I couldn't see or touch. But these bugs could touch me, and they were everywhere. I began to crawl. I had no idea where I was going. The entrance was nowhere in sight, and I still hadn't even seen the exit. So I just crawled, my skin wriggling with the presence of those phantom bugs. After what seemed like hours, I found the door. I grabbed the nearest tree and propped myself up, mindlessly slapping my arms and legs to no avail. I tried to run, but I couldn't. My body was exhausted from crawling and dealing with whatever was on me. I took a few shaky steps to the door, grabbing each tree on the way for support. It was only a few feet away when I heard it, the low hum from before. It was coming from the next room, and it was deeper. I could almost feel it inside my body, like when you stand next to an amp at a concert. The feeling of the bugs on me lessened as the hum grew louder. As I placed my hand on the doorknob, the bugs were completely gone. But I couldn't bring myself to turn the knob. I knew that if I let it go, the bugs would return, and there was no way I would make it back to room 4. I just stood there, my head pressed against the door marked 6, and my hand shakily grasping the knob. The hum was so loud, I couldn't even hear myself think. There was nothing I could do but move on. Room 6 was next, and room 6 was hell. I closed the door behind me, my eyes held shut, and my ears ringing. As the door clicked into place, the hum was gone. I opened my eyes in surprise. The door I had just shut was gone. It was just a wall now. I looked around in shock. The room was identical to room 3, the same chair and lamp, but with the correct amount of shadows this time. The only real difference was that there was no exit door, and the one I came in through was gone. As I said before, I had no previous issues in terms of mental instability, but at that moment, I fell into insanity. I didn't scream. I didn't make a sound. At first, I scratched softly. The wall was tough, but I knew the door was there somewhere. I just knew it was. I scratched at where the doorknob was. I clawed at the wall frantically with both hands, my nails being filed down to the skin against the wood. I fell silently to my knees. The only sound in the room was me scratching against the wall. I knew it was just there. I knew if I could just get past this wall.
Are you all right?
I jumped off the ground and spun in one motion. I leaned against the wall behind me and saw what it was that spoke to me. I regret ever turning around. There was a little girl, wearing a soft white dress. She had blonde hair, white skin, and blue eyes. She was the most frightening thing I had ever seen, and I know that nothing in my life will ever be as unnerving as what I saw in her. Where she stood, I saw what looked like a man's body, only larger than normal. It wasn't the devil, but at that moment it might as well have been. It was horrifying, and it was synonymous with the little girl. They were the same creature. I can't really describe it, but I saw them at the same time. They shared the same spot. But it was like looking at two separate dimensions. When the girl would come in clearer, the form would vanish, and when the form came in clearer, the girl would vanish. I couldn't speak. My mind was revolting against what it was attempting to process. I had been scared before in my life, and had never been more scared than when I was trapped in that 4th room. But that was before room 6. I just stood there, staring at whatever it was that spoke to me. There was no exit. I was trapped here with it. And then it spoke again.
Michael, you should have listened. 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 Michael, you should have listened.
When it spoke, I heard the words of the little girl. But the other form spoke through my mind, in a voice I won't attempt to describe. There was no other sound. The voice just kept repeating that sentence over and over and over in my mind. And I agreed. I didn't know what to do. I was slipping into madness. Yet I couldn't take my eyes off of what was in front of me. I dropped to the floor. I thought I passed out. But the room wouldn't let me. I just wanted it to end. I was on my side, my eyes wide open, and the form staring down at me. Scurrying across the floor in front of me was one of those battery-powered rats from the second room. The house was toying with me. But for some reason, seeing that rat pulled my mind back from whatever depths it was headed, and I looked around the room. I was getting out of there. I was determined to get out of that house and live and never think about this place again. At first, it was just my eyes that moved. I searched the walls for any opening. The room wasn't very big, so it didn't take long to soak up the entire layout. The demon still taunted me, the voice growing louder as the form stayed rooted where it stood. I placed my hand on the floor, lifted myself up on all fours, and turned to scan the wall behind me. The form, that monster, was now right at my back, whispering into my mind how I shouldn't have come. I felt its breath on the back of my neck, but I refused to turn around. When inspecting the wall, I noticed a large rectangle was scratched into the wood, with the large 7 etched right in the center of it. Somehow in my earlier panic, I must have scratched the 7th door into the wall. I knew what it was. Room 7 was just beyond that wall where room 5 previously existed. Room 7 was close. I knew the demon was right behind me, but for some reason it couldn't touch me. I closed my eyes, placed both hands on the large 7, and started pushing.
You shouldn't have come here. You shouldn't have come here. You shouldn't have come here.
I pushed as hard as I could. The demon was now screaming in my ear. It told me I was never leaving. It told me that this was the end. But I wasn't going to die. I was going to live there in room 6 with it. Forever. I was not. I pushed and screamed at the top of my lungs. I knew eventually I would push through that wall. I clenched my eyes shut and screamed, and the demon vanished. I was left in silence. I turned around slowly and was greeted by the room as it was when I entered. Just a chair and a lamp. I couldn't believe it. But I didn't have time to figure out what happened. I just turned back to the wall and jumped back slightly. What I saw was a door. It wasn't the one I scratched in it, but a regular door with the large 7 on it. My whole body was shaking. It took me a while to turn the knob. I just stood there for a while, staring at the door. I couldn't stay in room 6. I couldn't. But if this was only room 6, I couldn't imagine what 7 had in store. I must have stood there for an hour, just staring at the 7. Finally, with a deep breath, I twisted the knob and opened the door to room 7. I stumbled through the door, mentally exhausted and physically weak. The door behind me closed, and I realized where I was. I was outside. Not outside like room 5, but actually outside. My eyes stung. I wanted to cry. I fell to my knees and tried, but I couldn't. I was finally out of that hell. I didn't even care about the prize that was promised. I turned and saw that the door I just went through was the entrance. I walked to my car and drove home, thinking of how nice a shower sounded. As I pulled up to my place, I felt uneasy. The joy of leaving No End House had faded, and dread was slowly building in my stomach. I shook it off as residual from the house and made my way to the door. I entered and immediately went to my room. There on my bed was my cat, Baskerville. He was the first living thing I had seen all night, and I reached to pet him. He hissed and swiped at my hand. I recoiled in shock. He'd never acted like that. But he was an old cat, so I guess it was whatever. I jumped in the shower and got ready for what I was expecting to be a sleepless night. After my shower, I went to the kitchen to make something to eat. I walked down the hall and turned into the living room. What I saw there would be forever burned into my mind. My parents were lying on the ground, covered in blood. They were mutilated to near unidentifiable states. Their limbs were removed and placed next to their bodies, and their heads were placed on their chest, facing me. The most unsettling part was their expressions. They were smiling, as though they were happy to see me. All at once I started sobbing there. I didn't know what happened. They didn't even live with me. I was a mess. Then I saw it. A door that was never there before. A door with a large 8 scrawled on it in blood. I was still in the house. I was standing in my living room, but I was standing in room 7. The faces of my parents smiled wider as I realized this. They weren't my parents. They couldn't be. But they looked exactly like them. The door marked 8 was across the room, behind the mutilated bodies in front of me. I knew I had to move on, but at that moment I gave up. The smiling faces tore into my mind. They grounded me where I stood. I nearly collapsed. Then, the hum returned. It was louder than ever, and it filled the house and shook the walls. The hum compelled me to walk. I began to walk, slowly, making my way closer to the door and the bodies. I could barely stand, let alone walk, and the closer I got to my parents, the more intense the humming became. The walls were now shaking so hard it seemed as if they were going to crumble, but still, their faces smiled at me. As I inched closer, their eyes followed me. I was now between the 2 bodies, a few feet away from the door. The dismembered hands crawled their way across the carpet towards me, all while the faces continued to stare. New terror washed over me, and I walked faster. I didn't want to hear them speak. I didn't want to hear their voices match the voices of my parents. They began to open their mouths, and their hands were inches from my feet. In a dash of desperation, I lunged towards the door, threw it open, and slammed it behind me. Room 8. I was done. After what I just experienced, I knew there wasn't anything else this house could throw at me. There was nothing short of the fires of hell that I wasn't ready for. Unfortunately, things got more disturbing, more terrifying, and more unspeakable in room 8. I still have trouble believing what I saw in room 8. Again, the room was a carbon copy of rooms 3 and 6, but sitting in the usually empty chair was a man. After a few seconds of disbelief, my mind finally accepted the fact that the man sitting in the chair was me. Not someone that looked like me. It was me. It was Michael. I walked closer. I had to get a better look, even though I was sure of it. He looked up at me, and I noticed tears in his eyes. Please, please, please don't do it. Please don't hurt me. What? I asked. Who are you? I'm not going to hurt you. Yes, you are, yes, you are, yes, you are. He was sobbing now. You're gonna hurt me. I know you're gonna hurt me, and I don't want you to hurt me. Don't hurt me, 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 don't hurt me. He sat in the chair, panicking. It was actually pretty pathetic looking, especially since he was me, identical in every way. Listen, who are you? I was now only a few feet from my doppelganger. It was the weirdest experience yet. Standing there talking to myself, I wasn't scared. But I would be soon. Why are you... You're gonna hurt me, you're gonna hurt me, you're gonna hurt me, if you want to leave, you're going to hurt me, don't hurt me. Why are you saying this? Just calm down, alright? Let's try to figure this... And then I saw it. The Michael sitting down was wearing the same clothes as me, except for a small red patch on his shirt, embroidered with the number 9. "You're gonna hurt me, you're gonna hurt me, you're gonna hurt me, please don't, you're gonna hurt me." My eyes didn't leave that small number on his chest. I knew exactly what it was. The first few doors were plain and simple, but after a while they got a little more ambiguous. 7 was scratched into the wall, but by my own hands. 8 was marked in blood above the bodies of my parents. But 9, this number was a person, a living person. Worse still, it was on a person that looked exactly like me. "Michael?" I had to ask. "Yes, you're gonna hurt me, you're gonna hurt me, you're gonna hurt me," he continued to sob. He answered to Michael. He was me. But that 9. I paced around for a few minutes while he sobbed in his chair. The room had no door, and similar to room 6, the door I came through was gone. For some reason, I knew that scratching would get me nowhere this time. I studied the walls and the floor around the chair, sticking my head underneath and seeing if anything was below. Unfortunately, there was. Below the chair was a knife. Attached was a tag that read, "To Michael, from management." The feeling in my stomach as I read that tag was something sinister. I felt sick. The last thing I wanted to do was remove that knife from under the chair. The other Michael was still sobbing uncontrollably. My mind was spinning. I had so many unanswered questions. Who put this here? And how did they get my name? Not to mention the fact that as I knelt on the cold wood floor, I also sat in that chair, sobbing in protest of being hurt by myself. It was all too much to process. The house and the management had been playing with me this whole time. My thoughts for some reason turned to Peter, and whether or not he got this far. And if he did he meet a Peter sobbing in this very chair? I shook these thoughts out of my head. They didn't matter. I took the knife from under the chair, and immediately the other Michael went quiet.
Michael,
He said in a sinister voice.
what do you think you're going to do?
I lifted myself from the ground and clenched the knife in my hand. "I'm going to get out of here." Michael was still sitting in the chair, though he was very calm now. He looked up at me with a slight grin. I couldn't tell if he was going to laugh or strangle me. Slowly he got up from the chair and stood facing me. It was uncanny. His height, weight, posture, it all matched me. I felt the rubber hilt of the knife in my hand and gripped it tighter. I don't know what I was planning to do with it, but I had a feeling I was going to need it.
Now, I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to hurt you, and I'm going to keep you here.
I didn't respond. I just lunged and tackled him to the ground. I had mounted him and looked down, knife poised and ready. He looked up at me, terrified. It was like I was looking in a mirror. Then the hum returned, low and distant, though I still felt it deep in my body. Michael looked up at me as I looked down at myself. The hum was getting louder, and I felt something inside me snap. With one motion, I slammed the knife into the patch on his chest and ripped down. Blackness fell on the room, and I was falling. The darkness around me was like nothing I had ever experienced. Room 4 was dark, but it didn't come close to what was completely engulfing me. I wasn't even sure if I was falling after a while. I felt weightless, covered in dark. Then a deep sadness came over me. I felt lost, depressed. The sight of my parents entered my mind. I knew it wasn't real, but I had seen it, and the mind has trouble differentiating between what is real and what is not. The sadness only deepened. I was in room 9 for what felt like days. The final room. And that's exactly what it was. The end. No end house had an end, and I had reached it. At that moment, I gave up. I knew I would be in that in-between state forever. accompanied by nothing but darkness. Not even the hum was there to keep me sane. I couldn't see, hear, there were no smells. It was like my senses were stolen from me. I felt disembodied and completely lost. I knew where I was. This was hell. Room 9 was hell. Then it happened. A light. One of those stereotypical lights at the end of the tunnel. I felt the ground come up from below me, and I was standing. After a moment or two of gathering my thoughts and senses, I slowly walked towards the light. As I approached the light, it took form. It was a vertical slit down the side of an unmarked door. I slowly walked through the door and found myself back where I started, the lobby of No End House. It was exactly how I left it, still empty, still decorated with childish Halloween decorations. I was still wary of where I was. After a few moments of normalcy, I looked around the place, trying to find anything different. On the desk was a plain white envelope with my name handwritten on it. Immensely curious, yet still cautious, I mustered up the courage to open the envelope. Inside was a letter, again handwritten. To Michael, congratulations. You have made it to the end of No End House. Please accept this prize as a token of this great achievement. Yours forever, Management. With the letter were 5 $100 bills. I started laughing. I laughed for what seemed like hours. I laughed as I walked out to my car, and I laughed as I drove home. I laughed as I parked my car. I laughed as I approached my door, and I laughed as I looked up and saw the number 10.
And the moral of the story is, it can get worse. You don't need that $500 that bad, and don't listen to guys named Peter. Before we get to this week's top comments, I want to let you all know that every comment is a great comment to me. I depend on all of your likes, comments, and shares. So thanks. This week's top comment goes to Ron Bros and Briar. Ahem. I found a cool documentary about this game, Polybius, on YouTube. Allegedly, the maker of this game was... Oh, come on! Which is a German word that means to erase the senses. Seems like it probably did exist. There are a lot of people who remember playing it when they were just little boils and ghouls. Braun Bros and Briar, thank you for that extra information about the Polybius game urban legend. You are this week's top commenter. Oh, and for those of you that are worried about Michael, don't be. He beat the system. When Michael went into his apartment, he was in fact still in No End House. Miserable and exhausted, he began to think. Was there a place he could go that was terrible, but he would also be able to sleep? After thinking about this for a few minutes, he excitedly ran out of his building to his car and took off for the most painful place he knew. When he arrived, No End House was powerless. It couldn't think of anything more painful than math class.
Adam Boyer was last seen a week ago. When the police arrived, they found his apartment was left in a state of disarray. There were papers left out that had their writing scribbled over and scratched out. There were books on the floor that looked like they fell off the shelf. But the strangest thing about Adam's disappearance was his doors and windows. The windows and doors were all locked and barricaded from the inside.
Being at home is one of the safest... the... Being at home is one of the safest... Oh, seriously. Don't come in! I'm naked! Being at home is one of the safest... Son of a...
It started when I was 6 years old. I was in school. It was the middle of a reading lesson, and I needed to pee. Badly. At that age, a few classmates still wet themselves, and I always got paranoid about embarrassing myself in public like that. I stuck my hand up and told Miss Zebby that I needed to use the bathroom. She gave me the key to the handicapped access bathroom. It was the closest to my classroom. It was the middle of 5th period, and the corridors were empty. I was short, scrawny back then. I sometimes had trouble with doors, especially unlocking them. I fumbled for a good minute or two trying to open the blasted thing. Anyway, as I sat on my porcelain throne, there came a knocking at the door. "Someone's in here," I called, disgruntled at this disturbance. There came a pause. Then the knocking resumed. It was faster now, more determined. "Wait a minute!" The knocking slowed, and a voice replied, "Let me in. I need to come inside." The speaker's tone was thin and reedy. An adult I didn't recognize. I may have been 6, but I also had a fairly good understanding of bathroom etiquette, mainly that you didn't let more than one person into an area only slightly larger than a cupboard. "Go away!" The knocking intensified again, until it was a frantic drumbeat, just a few feet from me and out of sight. I heard the voice shouting something, growing more and more desperate. "Let me in! Just open the door, please!" I was terrified by that point. The hammering and yelling was so loud, and yet nobody came to investigate it. Eventually, my teacher came to find me, angry because I'd been gone for so long. When I refused to open the door to let her in, she got the spare key from the main office, and then took me to the principal to have my parents called. I was suspended for the rest of the week. I never told anyone what happened. I was just glad it was over. At least, I thought it was over. My next encounter with this phenomenon happened a month later. We were having a family barbecue for my 7th birthday. It was a beautiful sunny day. My dad had everything ready to go, but the coal refused to light. He asked me to go and get some fire starters from the shed at the side of the house. It was pretty cramped inside. I wouldn't fit all the way in, so I just opened the door, stood on tiptoes, and reached the shelf holding the fire starters. Then I shut the door behind me. As I turned away, a frantic knocking hit the other side of the door. "Open up! I need to come through!" This voice was not the one that I'd heard the month before. It was deeper, more brooding and angry. I said nothing and hurried away. I had no idea what was happening, but it frightened me. As I walked away, there came a final thump, like a fist being slammed against the wood. "You little bastard! I'll rip out your goddamn teeth! Open this door!" I ran back to my party and spent the rest of the day glancing over my shoulder. As you might have guessed by now, there were a lot of these voices. I counted at least 30. Every month or so I used to get them, pleading to be let through the doors. Almost always it would be immediately after I shut a door behind me, as though these strange entities had been following me. I never told anyone, but to be honest, I kinda just got used to it. It always made me jump, and some of the voices would make me feel uneasy. But I knew that I was safe, so long as I did not open the door. I even got used to some of the voices, to the extent that I even named them. There was one which always used to appear at my front door at home. We have a frosted glass, and I could see a silhouette of an average-sized man wearing a cap of some kind. He never spoke, but occasionally would push envelopes containing blank pieces of paper under the door. I called him the postman. He was one of the more unsettling ones. If I tried to speak to him, he would look up sharply, then begin knocking. I generally left the postman alone. 20 years later, and I've retained as much normality as possible. I have plenty of friends, and even have an on-again, off-again girlfriend. Not bad for a guy who wakes up in the middle of the night hearing voices on the other side of doors. Yeah, my buddies think I'm strange and kooky, but they put up with it. They're all great. I will miss them. You see, things have started to get strange. Well, stranger than usual, I suppose. Stranger than I'm used to. 3 weeks ago, I woke up sweating and crying, though I don't know why. My dream had been, from what I can remember, fairly normal, when a huge shadow had abruptly fallen over everything. Literally, the second I opened my eyes, there came a knocking at my bedroom door. Not just a normal knocking, though. This was truly frantic. "Who goes there?" I yelled.
Please help us,"
it replied. I was surprised. It was the sadistic, angry voice that I remember from my father's shed on my 7th birthday. But it seemed genuine, sincere. There was a pained tone to it, as though the speaker were wounded. I actually found myself pulling back the sheets to get up, but I hesitated. I had never before been tempted to open the door. I suppose, as a child, I had so rigorously drummed into my head the idea of whatever lay beyond was evil, that it was just common sense. To be quite honest, I came very close to letting that thing into my room that night. Things got worse. Just 2 days later, I was in my local corner shop. I just paid for a bottle of milk and a newspaper when a great force slammed against the shop door. Simultaneously, a voice began screaming, a long, keening squeal of pain. I whipped around to face the door, but there were so many flyers plastered over the glass that I could only just make out the shape of a woman on the other side, slapping her palms against the window. The shopkeeper stared at me like I was crazy. In the end, I asked if he had a bathroom I could use, murmured some half-thought excuse, and hid there for 10 minutes until the screaming stopped. There were 4 more incidents between then and now, a mixture of screams and tearful begging. The postman stopped by yesterday too. He knocked politely before sliding his usual papers under the door. A total of 10 plain brown envelopes. The postman waited for a few minutes, knocking occasionally, and then left me alone. Each letter contained a sheet of paper, but somebody had taken a black pen to the pages, scribbling and shading them with such vigor that there were large tears around the center, and the edges were frayed. I shoved them back into their envelopes and tried to put it from my mind. Later on, my front door started shaking violently. It wasn't a scream, or a howl, or a roar that I heard. It was just crying. Dozens and dozens of voices, quietly crying. Another blow struck my door. Plaster flaked from the walls, and books fell from the shelf. Still no pleas or bargaining, just crying. I jumped from my chair. I could hear the wood of the door starting to give under the pressure. My phone began to ring, and I could hear the sharp tapping of the glass of my window behind the curtains. I tried answering the phone, but it was more voices crying. But not just crying, more like bawling in terror. I hung up, but it kept ringing, so I took the battery out. I shoved most of my furniture against the door and window. It has been 3 hours since this latest attempt at entry began. The battering and crying haven't let up. I'm fairly sure that my door won't hold much longer. As for my mediocre barricade, it would be easily pushed aside by anything that could take down a door. What do they want? Do they even want to hurt me? They seemed fearless, even malicious before. What could have driven them to this? Maybe I should open the door. Maybe I should let them in. Silence fell. I realized that even the crying stopped. For a whole minute I sat there. Then I got up and hurried to my door, eager to escape this claustrophobic nightmare. Perhaps I'd go outside, where I could be far away from any doors and that damned knocking. I pulled away my barricade and turned the handle. Locked? I peered through the peephole. It was black, like it was being covered. I got on my knees to see if I could see anything from the keyhole. Beyond my front door was not the corridor that I remembered, but another room. Some kind of library, or a classroom, I think. It seemed unoccupied, but for one kid, sitting and reading with his back to me. I banged the door. Hey kid! Let me out, will ya? He glanced over his shoulder. Yeah, over here. Hey, could you open the door, please? I can't. I'm in detention. I'm not supposed to talk to anyone. Go away. He turned from me. Confused and exasperated, I began to stand up. A loud bang shattered the silence once more. I realized it sounded like a fist being pounded against glass. My window. I heard it again, but this was not the frantic knocking of somebody wanting to get inside. This wasn't even an attempt to break in. Whatever was beyond that curtain and glass knew I was inside. It knew I was frightened. In the most predatory and sadistic way possible, it wanted me to be afraid. I turned back to the door and began hammering on it frantically. Hey, let me in, okay? I really need you to open this door. Hey kid! Psst. Come on, kid!
Oh boy, Adam is having a bad day. He ended up running to the kitchen drawer to grab a knife, and the knob just came right off. He then went to change his shirt, and a button came off. After that, he pulled on the door so hard that the handle just came off. Now he's really scared, because he has to urinate. Thanks to YouTube, that joke was brought to you in 1080p. If you never want to hear another pee joke again, make sure to tell me in the comments below. And if you do want to hear another pee joke, well, I guess you're in luck!
We all know a Romeo. It seems no matter what he's doing, he manages to fall in love. Goes to the grocery store, falls in love. Walks through the park, falls in love. Uses the elevator. Well, you guys get the idea. Normally, this puppy love is harmless. But sometimes, it can cost you everything.
Good evening, children. Tonight we're gonna talk about one of the darkest, loneliest, scariest, most disgusting things in existence. No, not death. I'm talking about being a teenager. So settle down and get ready to remember a most terrifying time.
It was an average Friday afternoon. Tom was sitting in math class. School would be over in 6 minutes. He sat there, bored out of his skull, waiting for the week to end, when something caught his eye. It looked like a picture. When school was over, he ran to the spot where he saw it and quickly grabbed it so no one else could. He picked it up and smiled. It wasn't just a picture. It was a picture of the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. Her eyes sparkled. Her hair was elegant. and her hand made the peace sign, so you know she was a fun, down-to-earth kind of girl. She was beautiful. He decided he needed to meet her. Since the picture was near the school, he figured she was a student. He asked every one of his friends, every classmate. He even ran back into the school and asked his teachers if they recognized her. But everyone he asked said no. He was devastated. When he got home, he asked his older sister if she knew the girl. Maybe the picture was taken a year or two ago, and they had class together. But unfortunately, she also didn't know the girl. Tom spent the rest of the afternoon and evening staring at that picture until he eventually fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Tom was awakened by a tap on his window. It sounded like nails tapping. He was scared at first, but soon after he heard someone giggle. He saw a girl's shadow near his window, so he got out of his bed to investigate. By the time he reached his window, the shadow was gone, but he could still hear the giggling coming from across the street. He climbed out of the window and ran across the street, but by the time he got there, the giggling stopped. He looked around, seeing if he could spot the shadow again, but it was no use. He turned around and went back to bed. The next day, he ran over to his neighbors and asked if they heard or saw anything the night before. They had not. He then showed them the picture and asked if they recognized the girl, but they didn't know her either. Tom tried to put the girl out of his mind, but couldn't. It seemed like the harder he tried to forget her, the more she stuck. Tom again spent the day staring at the girl in the picture until he eventually fell asleep. That night, Tom was awakened by a tapping again. He wasted no time this time. He immediately grabbed the picture and followed the giggling. It moved faster this time, but appeared to be moving the same way it did the night before. He could hear it coming from his neighbor's property across the... He was dead, with the picture in his hand. The driver got out of the car and tried to help him, but it was too late. Suddenly he saw the picture and picked it up. It was a picture of a beautiful woman, holding up 3 fingers. Skype, the free, instant messaging, voice and webcam app that Windows 10 forces down your throat whether you want it or not. My friends and I have been using it to stay in touch since we all moved away for college. It was nice being able to see them on the laptop screen. Video chatting on a cell phone is fine when you're on the move, but Skype is nicer. It feels more like you're sitting around and hanging out. I found myself talking with Annie a lot. We both just moved into our dorms a few days ago. We were both single, and first semester wouldn't start for another week, so we found ourselves chatting pretty much every day. What we Skyped about wasn't hugely interesting or important. She bought new headphones. I watched The Princess Bride for the first time. It was just nice to have some familiar company. Anyway, I was out clubbing last night and was pretty groggy and hungover, but I was awoken by the sound of a Skype call. Cursing the fact that I left my laptop on and massaging my temples, I stumbled out of bed. Hello? My eyes struggled to focus on the painfully bright screen. Annie was, of course, dressed, made up, and grinning. My pounding headache aside, it was nice to see Annie first thing in the morning. She gave a cheery wave, to which I responded with a half smile.
Well, aren't you the life of the party this morning?
You should have seen me last night. My dance move put the whole club to shame.
Oh yeah? Is Baby Shark really popular over there? Hey, don't you have that getting to know you event with your RA today?
I glanced at my calendar, but the ink refused to stop squirming on the page. I assumed she was right, but even the small amount of sunlight that seeped into my gloomy domain was eye-watering. Yeah, screw that. What about you? What are you doing today?
Hoping to get a call from Erin. She just took off yesterday during a fire drill. She left a letter on her desk saying that she was going home.
Which one's Erin again? I asked half serious. You know how it is. Your friends talk about so many people that they just kind of blur together after a while. Annie made an unimpressed face.
My neighbor, she lives across the hall from me. She just vanished. I mean, it's only been a day, but we were thinking about calling her parents just to check up on her.
I shrugged. Do it. Better safe than sorry, right? Before she could reply, there came a sudden shrieking of an alarm. Annie said something which was drowned out by the noise, and I covered my ears, wincing. What did you say? She had to shout directly into the microphone.
I said that's the fire alarm. I'd better go outside or the warden will have a fit and make us do the whole thing again.
What time should I call you back? I asked, raising my voice as much as my pounding headache would allow.
Don't worry. I'll only be gone for like 5 minutes. I'll just leave Skype on.
With that, she was gone, pulling the headphones off and placing them on the keyboard. After a few minutes, the alarm cut out. Then I heard the door open. I perked up a little, ready to get back to talking. But it wasn't Annie. Whoever it was, they were wearing all black. My eyes were drawn to their hands. They had a black bag in one hand and a knife in the other. For a few seconds I just sat there, numbly wondering if Annie was playing a creepy joke on me. But it couldn't have been Annie. I snapped into action. What the hell do you think you're doing? Who are you? There was no response from the figure. It couldn't hear me. The headphones were still plugged into Annie's laptop. Instead, it just stood there. For a moment, it was taking in the room. Then it started looking for something in its bag. It pulled something white out and approached the desk. I fumbled for my phone. I had to warn Annie. The masked figure froze. Then, slowly and deliberately, it reached its free hand off camera. I squinted against the pixelated image. And then my heart sank. It was holding Annie's cell phone. She'd left it on her desk. The figure stared at the laptop, like they were inspecting it. Then it turned off Annie's cell phone and placed it beside her laptop. Before moving away, it put the white thing on her keyboard. I only saw it for a second, but it looked like an envelope. It wandered across her room to her closet, opened the door, and hid inside. I glanced down at my phone. I had to call the police. There was no question of that. But even as I dialed the first 9, I realized the mess this would cause. They would need to contact the police in Annie City, hundreds of miles away. I called anyway. I didn't know what else to do.
911, where's your emergency?
Yes, I don't know how to do this, but my friend... I paused mid-sentence. I could hear the door open to Annie's room again, and watched Annie casually walk inside. She smiled as she approached the webcam. I yelled as loud as I could for her to run, and I could feel the tears pinching from the corners of my eyes. Annie didn't hear me. She sat down, picked up the headphones, and began to adjust the strap length. Just beyond her, I could see her closet door opening.
Hello, sir. Sir, where is your emergency, sir? Are you still there, sir? Sir! Sir!
Too bad about Annie. Too bad about Christine. Too bad about Sarah and Jenny. It took the school 2 weeks of female students leaving during fire alarms for them to think, we need to stop doing fire drills. This makes me especially worried. I mean, Aren't these people supposed to be smart? Speaking of smart, it's time for this week's top commenter. This week's top comment comes from Elkie! And it says, "Very spooky. I would have moved out right away. Your laughter always gives me the chills. I loved it. Thank you." Thank you! When I'm working on making videos, I'm thinking of all of you, my super horror fam. So make sure you all take good care of yourselves, and I'll see you next week. You're walking through the woods when you hear a sound. All at once you stop, like something's watching you. A breeze rolls by, and you become aware of a terrible smell. Now all that's left is to wait. Wait to see if the creature watching you is a gentle giant or a mad menace.
This happened in the late 70s, as far as my father can remember. Around 78 or 79, when he was a teen, out hunting in the woods with his friend. This was a ways outside of Meridian, Texas, on a fall evening. My father and his friend spent a lot of time messing around in those woods, doing typical teen stuff, firing off bottle rockets, hunting raccoons, maybe having a drink or two sometimes. On this day, they were hunting for squirrels, so when they set out, my dad grabbed his .22 rifle. It was just a basic Ruger or something with the cheap scope on it. His friend had a really badass dog that wasn't scared of anything. He would run up to bulls and chase them. He would get into scraps with bobcats, and he would chase off raccoons. He was walking along with them in the woods that day. He said there was an old creek bed they would always go mess around in, so that's where they started. The walls of the creek bed were pretty high, so they hopped down into it and casually walked along, half-heartedly looking at the trees and such. All of a sudden, my dad said the dog started whimpering and wouldn't come out any further. It hung back about 10 feet from them, refusing to continue, no matter what they said. A few seconds later, he said that it tucked its tail and ran off back in the direction of the house. This made them confused, but they just shrugged it off. They took a couple of steps further, and he said that up ahead, the creek took a hard right turn, and elevated, up on the banks, were some trees. Now the sun was setting behind the trees, and beyond those couple trees was an open field, so you could see the sun setting relatively clearly. His friend stopped him and said, "Hey, do you see that?" and pointed in the direction of one of the trees. My dad said that he could see the outline of something big and seemingly hairy behind the trees, peeking out at them. They weren't sure what it was, so they called out, "Hey, we're just hunting over here. Are we cool?" No response or movements. My dad thought that maybe it was some sort of huge porcupine, not uncommon in the area. He held up his rifle and looked through the scope to try and figure out what it was. Since the sun was setting behind whatever it was hard for him to see any real detail. But my dad told me what he could see freaked him out. He said that all he could make out was a large black fur-covered head and shoulder, peeking out as he was looking at it, with what he described as a large monkey-like hand grabbing the tree trunk. My dad froze, and his friend asked him what he saw. My dad just shook his head and handed his buddy the rifle. His friend saw it too, and was equally freaked out. They sat there for a minute, just staring at it. Both them and whatever that creature was, not moving. My dad has always said that he didn't know what came over him. Maybe just teenage hubris, but he suggested they go check it out. Both he and his friend clambered up the left side of the embankment, and when they got to the top, the creature had ducked behind the tree. They slowly approached and circled around the tree, my dad keeping the rifle handy. He always said that he didn't know why, because that small caliber wouldn't have done much of anything against something that big. They both circled around the tree, and it turned out there was nothing there. It was just gone. They didn't know where something that big could have run off to in that short amount of time without them seeing it, but nevertheless they checked the area just to see if they could find any sign of what it was. Turns out they found 2 depressions where it would have been standing, but due to the fall leaf litter, there wasn't any definition to the tracks. He did say that whatever it was big and heavy. The tracks were about 12 to 14 inches in length. Then he went on to say that they estimated the creature to be about 8 feet tall. Other than the tracks, there was nothing else to be found. No smell, no fur, no additional tracks. Nothing in the tree itself. Nothing. Afterwards, he said they decided to just go back to the house and never really mentioned it to anyone, or even each other. My dad does love the paranormal, but is a healthy skeptic when it comes to this stuff. That event, he says, made him a believer in Bigfoot. And after having my own encounter, I've come to believe in something as well. I'm not saying it was Bigfoot, but I think something is out there that hasn't been explained.
This happened in 2013 in northeastern Ohio. I will add we also have an active Bigfoot hunters group who frequent the state park where this took place. My grandmother, high school boyfriend, and I were headed to the day parking area for the horseback riding trails when this happened. I was 17 at the time. We had just pulled into the entrance road to the parking area when I watched something walk across the black pavement road that headed back to the camping area. This road is probably 10 to 15 feet across, just enough for a truck and trailer to fit. I watched whatever this creature was cross the road, stop momentarily in the middle to glance at us, then continue walking. It probably took 1, maybe 2 steps for the creature to cross. I was the only one who completely saw this, as my boyfriend at the time noticed right as the creature hit the tall grass on the other side, heading towards the power lines. From where I was, the creature was about 400 yards away, so it was difficult for me to make out any specific features. I just knew it was large. It was walking on 2 legs, and it was not a person. I was understandably a little freaked out, but we continued to unload our horses and saddle them. We decided to start by walking the horses down the black pavement road to the gravel road, as this was the best way to get to a certain trail. At the exact point where I saw the creature walk, our horses became noticeably agitated. My horse specifically, who can frighten easily, began to fight me to pass that stretch of pavement. I could tell something was causing her to not want to continue and to run back to the trailer, which was not normal for her. Even as I got her past that spot, she continued to walk sideways, as if to make sure she could see what was behind her. All I can assume is that she smelled or sensed something in that area that was frightening her, and she wanted to bolt. I can't say for sure what I saw, but it was a memory that has stuck with me for a long time.
Quite a few years ago, I was camping out in the woods and had a strange experience. I am honestly asking if anyone has heard of this kind of thing with the Bigfoot. My girlfriend and I decided to go on a camping trip. It was far from the city, at an abandoned campground. Nobody around for miles. It was windy as hell that night. We had supper, pitched the tent, and settled in for the night. I woke up a couple times in the tent and swore I could hear heavy footsteps. But with the wind, I thought it was just my vivid imagination. But I did not sleep very good that night. In the morning, my girlfriend and I got up and prepared some coffee. She looked back and turned white. I was confused until I turned around. I turned back and looked back at the tent. Right over the back of the tent was a tall tree, and in that tree, maybe 9 to 11 feet up directly over the tent, was a freshly severed leg of a deer, dripping blood onto the tent. It had been impaled onto a broken branch. It was a fresh, bleeding kill. The part that still haunts me today is how far up the tree it was. I'm 6 feet tall, and there was no way I could have gotten that limb up there without climbing the tree. But there was no good way to climb that tree. I'm still wondering to this day how it could have gotten there. It wasn't there when we got to the campsite. It had to have taken something with huge reach to do that. The limb was also severed and not cut, like it was ripped off the body of the deer. Has anyone ever heard of something like this with a Bigfoot? I have tried to explain this event with any logical and rational process, but I'm at a loss. Needless to say, we packed up the car in record time and pissed off out of there as fast as possible. We never went back either.
It's hard to tell what was going on there. The deer leg in the tree could have been a warning to the people that there were dangerous things in the woods. Or it could have been a threat. Make sure to tell me what you think in the comments below. And speaking of comments, it's time for this week's top commenter! This week's top comment comes from Abhi. And it says, "Oh my god, I'm gonna have my gallbladder removed soon, but watching this has already given me PTSD. Abby, I hope your operation goes well, and just wanted to let you know that I am only qualified to perform dual cardio addendums, so you are completely safe from me. Now before I let you go today, I have something very important to say to those of you interested in Bigfoot hunting. Whatever you do not use pheromone lures. Poor Jack went out to find a Bigfoot, and instead of Bigfoot found him. Stay safe, everyone, and I'll see you all next week." There's a reason why Papa Bones isn't afraid of bears, snakes, and lions. These are powerful animals, but they have patterns. Things that don't have patterns, that don't follow rules. That's what I'm afraid of. Tonight's scary story is about a paranormal prison. It exists within our walls. It has no patterns. It follows no rules.
It was about 12:15 when I, got to the Johnson County Community Health Clinic. We called it the JWCHC. And I was there, because I had an appointment. And I set this thing up weeks ago, just a little routine checkup or whatever. And it wasn't, a new place for me. I've been there a whole bunch of times before. Now, the place had a weird kind of feel that just took you back to the old days. You know, it's like it was a location from my childhood, you know, something like that. It's like, just always felt like I've been there before. And I could never like really put my finger on exactly what the feeling was or where it came from, but I just knew that I felt it. Now, when I walked in, I felt this feeling of just like deja vu sweep up over me. And, they had them fluorescent lights and they had that little hum going, and the floor had this white tile, and it was just like a little raggedy like beige paint on the walls. And I think that it was a TV mounted up in a corner, you know, a little small flat screen, and it was playing a little PowerPoint presentation thing, and it had ads up there and events that was being held by the clinic and stuff. Now I passed a little empty waiting area and a small area of the main room with magazines and stuff and children playthings and little blue cushion chairs and stuff. And I come up on this lady at the front desk, and she was sitting in like this bluish gray office chair and looking at a spreadsheet on the same like Windows XP desktop that they had back since like, man, when they had XP, that was back when I was in high school, man. So I got up to the lady, and it was a sign-in sheet on the counter. So I started filling out, and I told her I had an appointment with Dr. Peebens. And she was like, what time? And I'm like, 12:30. And then she started typing something on her keyboard, and she said, okay, Gary Johnston? I said, yeah, that's me. She said, okay, I'll tell the doctor you're here. Please fill this out. Now, she handed me a clipboard, and, you know, just your basic little, you know, form to fill out and stuff. So I walked back to that waiting area, sat down, took a seat, and started filling out the form. Now, I'm about halfway done filling in my information, and I slumped back in the chair a little bit because I really ain't getting no sleep the night before. You know, I was up, we had a night little party, man. I was getting my party on last night. But anyway, you know, so I sat back and I seen something real weird, man. It's like, you know, my head never hit the wall. You know, and really it felt like my head went through the wall. So I'm like, you know, I'm expecting to lean back and feel some, you know, the wall, and all of a sudden I don't feel nothing. So I jumped up looking crazy, and I'm looking at the wall, and I don't see nothing. You know, not a hole in the wall, no dent in the wall. And I'm like, man, I know. Like, you know, I leaned back, and the wall right behind me, so I should have hit the wall. And I'm looking at the wall, and the wall here, so why didn't my head hit it? And I got it, man, in heads, I gotta, look, my head's so big, it don't make no sense, man. I'm talking about, like, I ain't never even been able to wear a hat. I ain't never even seen a hat I could wear. Every time somebody got a hat and I try that mug on, it's like man, it ain't even, it's like the little thing that the Jewish people be wearing, man. It's like one of them things on my head, man. So, you know, I don't know what size hat I wear. I gotta figure that out. People be like, well, you ain't an 8. I guess I'm like somebody told me I might be like a 12 or 14. But, you know, I take pride in my big head, man. That's why I'm so smart. And my lady told me when I wake up, my head be 2-3 times bigger than it usually is. But anyway, you know, I'm trying to figure out what's going on, man. So I reach out and touch the wall, and my fingers went right through the wall. So I jumped back on some scared stuff. I'm like, man, what was that? My voice got all high, man. And I thought, you know, so I gotta be tripping. So I reached and touched the wall again, and the same thing happened. Again, my fingers went right through it. Now, all of a sudden, I lost my balance and tripped and fell straight through the wall. And I fell like face first onto some dirty tan carpet. Now, once I got back up, I realized that I was in a whole nother room. Not really a room, but it was like more like a set of rooms. Like each room led to another room, but it was all one big room. And all, cause the doors, one of those doors, it was like each room was just open, man. You know, it's kind of like how in the office space, and everybody be in the office building, and they got their little computer, they little, what you call them little cubes they be sitting in or whatever. It's like they, you know, the room was like that. It was just a bunch of mini spaces or whatever, man. But anyway, and the walls was just covered in this like tan patterned wallpaper, man. And it stank, man. And the walls was kind of grungy and stuff. And it was like, and the stank was like the old, like a mildew stank. Like when you know, something get wet and you don't get it out and it just stay wet. And then you go find it a couple of weeks later and that junk just got that mildew smell. That's what it smelled like, man. And, I turned back around. I tried to put my hand back through the wall, but it wouldn't go back through. So now I'm like, man, bro, what going on in here? Man, I can't. So I'm really I'm low key finna panic, and I'm trying to stay cool, but I'm really getting ready to panic, man. So I turn around and look back into the room, and there wasn't no windows, no doors, nothing on the walls, just a, you know, stinking wallpaper or whatever. And it was just completely empty, man. Like, the only thing, you know, it was like a plastic blue school chair was the only thing I could see in there. So now at this point, the only thing going through my head was just, not just regular fear. Like, this was ultimate super duper fear. This was fear. I was so scared that I can't even put it in words, man. That's all I can tell you. I can't even put it in words, man. And I just kept, my mind just said, bro, you gotta get out of here, bro. You gotta get out of here, bro. You gotta get out of here. And it's just like in my head, just over and over, man. And I started running through the rooms, man. Just, I'm moving and grooving. Now I got lost. I can't remember what room I first came in there. And I'm just moving to each room, and each room looked just like the last room. And I'm sorry, and I couldn't find no way out of nothing, man. So now I start thinking, like, you know, this is it. I'm finna die. I'm finna die up in this place, man. I'm finna starve to freaking death up in this place. And my plan, I had them wings. I went and got some wings from this place. You know, I'm down here in ATL, but they do them just like Chicago, man. I had the wings. I was going to go over there and get me about a 50 piece out of myself, man. And now I'm sitting up here thinking I'm finna starve to death up in this place, man. And it had to be, I'm like trying to reason with myself, like, bro, it got to be a way out of here. You know, I wasn't just going to be left up in here forever. It's impossible. Ain't no place just a forever place like this, man. You know, somebody gonna see I'm gone, and you know, the doctor should be looking for me. You know, something gonna happen, but ain't nothing ever happened. Nobody ever called, came, or nothing. And, you know, I had my phone on me, but of course, you know, when you're in a horror movie situation, you don't get no signal. And every time I tried to call out, I just got that like some kind of stupid little beeping type noise, like the, you know, the no signal noise or whatever. And now just when I started to just, like, I was finna break down in tears, I heard something from a little bit away. Some footsteps, man. But not no normal human footsteps. You know, it was like I don't know, it just sounded, the pattern wasn't right. You know, it wasn't like the way humans walk. It just didn't sound like 1 2 1 2 or whatever, or 1 2. It was weird, man, just off. Almost like they was dragging their foot something. So now I'm like, this thing, whatever it is, sound like it's dragging his foot. And I could hear like a gurgling, you know, like a type, you know, like a gurgling zombie type noise, man. So now I ain't gonna say that I ain't gonna say I ran. I runned it. I runned it, man. I runned it like ain't nobody ever runned it before in the history of running. I was moving through them rooms left and right, hitting my elbow and stuff, keep going, jam my toe. Everything, I'm still moving. Nothing making me stop, man. So now, I'm starting to feel myself get tired and, I'm just running, trying to push through it. But eventually, it's only so much, man. The human body only built for so much. So I finally just kind of fell out. And I was still trying to crawl and just do the best I could, man. It seemed like I was running for days, man. And no matter where I went, I just still kept ending up in the same rooms. Over and over. At least it looked like the same room. I couldn't tell the mugs apart, not really. And I sat down, man, I'm just defeated, man. And this feeling of fear just continued to just be all up in me, man. I started crying, man. And I knew I was gonna die up in here. And I'm still here. And I haven't left from up in here. And I done just accepted my fate, man. Matter of fact, those footsteps come every now and then. And I realized that if I just run for a little bit, he'll leave me alone. But sooner or later, I ain't gonna have the energy to run from that man no more. And I'm gonna have to face him. And when I do face him, I'm gonna beat the dog mess out of that boy.
What a great story! Special thanks to YouTube channel Hood Horror for writing and narrating it. If you want to hear more of his great content, you can find his channel in the pinned comment below. So eventually Hood couldn't run anymore, so he hid around a corner and waited. When the creature following him turned the corner, Hood looked into the eyes of the most vile, evil, disgusting creature he'd ever seen. It was his boss, there to fire him for being late. Hey, that's not funny. I tried to think of a few jokes about unemployment, but none of them worked. We've all gotten scared, heard something go bump in the night. But why does it stop there for some people, and for others, that's just the beginning? I don't know what the answer is, but tonight's stories come from 2 subscribers who had things go from creepy to crazy.
This happened in 1991, when I was 14 years old. I was invited to a sleepover. It was a fun time. We ordered pizza and watched horror movies until midnight. Then one of the guys there said they wanted to do something really crazy. I didn't want to be the one to slow things down, so I pretended to be really into it. He pulled out a Ouija board. I'd been warned by my grandparents not to play with them. But again, I wasn't going to be the one to stop it. At first, I didn't touch it. I just huddled up with the other guys. Some of them started complaining that it wasn't working. Then one of them realized I wasn't touching the pointer. I said there wasn't much space on it, but they insisted. They said they needed everyone to do it or it wouldn't work. I took a deep breath and put my fingers on the pointer. We each got to ask it one question, and the pointer would move around. Some of the answers were really dumb. Someone was obviously controlling the pointer. After the first 2 questions, I started to relax. Ouija boards weren't scary. They were a toy or a game, like a magic 8-ball. The one we were using came from Milton Bradley. When it was my turn to ask a question, I got an answer. But I didn't ask a real question. I wanted to know about a girl, but I didn't want the guys there to make fun of me. So I asked some throwaway question, and the game just continued. Everyone was having a good time, but now I had to know if someone else was moving the pointer, or if my answer really came from the board. And I wanted to ask a real question. The next day before I went home, I asked my friend if I could borrow the Ouija board. He told me you're not supposed to use it alone, so I lied to him. I told him I thought it was cool and I wanted to show it to my parents. It was afternoon when I got home. The sun was out. It was a perfect looking day, nothing creepy about it. This would be a perfect way for me to test the board. I rushed into my room, turned out the lights, lit a candle, and put my finger on the pointer. At first, nothing happened, but I sat there, patiently. Then I started to feel the pointer moving. My heart stopped. I didn't want anyone in my house to know what I was up to, because I didn't want to get in trouble. So I whispered, "Is anyone here?" And the pointer glided to yes. I couldn't believe it, but I wanted to believe it. I wanted to believe that there was something there with me that could give me answers to my stupid 14-year-old boy questions. I leaned in and asked for a sign. Something. Anything. Any way I could know that I did it right. That I wasn't just tricking myself. That something real was happening. I heard something moving behind me. I turned around so quickly. I was scared but excited. This could be the sign. The sound was coming from under my bed, so I grabbed the candle and got on my stomach to take a look. I had shoes, toys, and other things under my bed, but I saw something moving. I moved some of the clutter over and saw it. It was a snake. I was terrified and started screaming immediately. My parents and older brother ran into my room and turned the lights on. I ran to them and grabbed them. I told my parents there was a snake under my bed. My dad cautiously went over, got on all fours, and looked under the bed. He didn't see anything. My mother sent my older brother to get a large glass, salt, and vinegar. She made a mixture and poured it right on the Ouija board. Then she put it and the candle in a trash bag and poured more of the mixture on it. After that, my dad and brother moved my bed over. My bed, boxes, shoes, everything was wiped down with this mixture. My parents were pretty mad about the whole thing, and I was still scared. I asked my parents to leave my bed near the window and to not put my things back under it so the snake wouldn't be able to hide if it came back. My father told me it wouldn't be back, but if it made me feel better, it was fine. For weeks I would check under my bed regularly and slept with that awful smelling vinegar mixture beside my bed. The snake never came back, and I haven't touched a Ouija board since. Before June 2013, when I experienced my personal encounter with a black-eyed kid, I didn't even know they existed, let alone that there was any documentation of these beings. It was a warm late June afternoon in Escudero, California, and I needed a few things from the grocery store a few blocks away, so I decided to go on foot just before sunset, as the heat of the day had largely subsided. By the time I had checked out at Food for Less, the local grocery outlet, the sun had set, but it wasn't completely dark yet. Maybe twilight. As I carried my 2 grocery bags out past the automatic sliding door, I did notice there was no one around me, at least within 20 feet of me. No sooner than I had turned left to walk along the covered area where they keep the grocery carts, I heard this voice behind me, speaking to me, trying to get my attention.
Excuse me, sir.
I heard this child's voice, and I expected it was being directed towards me, but I just kept walking as though I didn't hear him. It was getting later and darker, and I wasn't in the mood to buy raffle tickets, which is what I thought this was about.
Excuse me, sir.
This time it was louder, and closer behind me. So while I was still walking forward, I turned to see who this was trying to get my attention. Immediately I sensed this wasn't good news. I couldn't put my finger on it, but my first impression of this 11-year-old looking boy was just eerie with a capital E. He was dressed in dull gray and ill-fitting clothes, plain-looking pants, and a button-up shirt. One of the characteristics of a black-eyed kid is usually their clothes don't look or fit right. With my gaze upon him, I didn't know exactly what I was interacting with, but my lifetime of paranormal experience told me that this was definitely otherworldly, and I felt like I should just keep walking, which I did. He sensed that I had him pegged, at least enough to know that he was bad news. My continued walking seemed to distress him as well, but he continued to follow me about 5 or 6 feet from behind. With his second,
Excuse me, sir.
I turned my head to him with a defiant yes in the form of a question, which seemed to throw him off a little more.
Are you all right?
Was his next seemingly rehearsed line, to which I answered while picking up my pace. I'm fine, thank you for asking. At this point, especially because I hadn't stopped to engage with him, he changed his tone and slowed his own pace, and he replied,
Enjoy the rest of your evening,
were his final words to me. You do the same, was my final words to him, and he broke off eye contact with me and changed his directions towards a parked car which was empty in the parking lot. He didn't get into the car, he just stood there, frozen in time, like he didn't know what really to do next. He was then standing next to the passenger side door, with his left side towards me. At this point, he did something totally unexpected. He took out of his pocket a long keychain. An actual chain of keys. Maybe a chain of 20 or 30 keys. And he flicked the chain like you'd flick a yo-yo. I don't have a clue as to why he did that, but I got a creepy feeling about all those keys on his keychain. Were they car keys? Or maybe the house keys of his victims? Those who didn't escape? Black-eyed kids are thought to be some type of alien hybrid, an organic entity which feeds off a victim's organic life force, much like vampire lore. Another characteristic regarding a black-eyed kid encounter, they must ask permission beforehand from their intended victim before they can harm anyone. After dark, they'll usually knock on someone's front door, a monotonous programmed knock, and upon answering your door, they'll say something seemingly rehearsed like, "It's food time, don't you think you should invite me in?" They might ask for anything, a drink of water, to use the bathroom, the phone, whatever, but they need permission of some sort to proceed. Almost everyone who has a black-eyed kid encounter and survives has a terrible run of bad luck, automobile accidents, or becomes deathly ill. My price to pay was the latter. I already had some health issues, but within a week or so, I was near death in the hospital with diverticulitis, and my family was making my funeral arrangements. Over the course of the next year, I gradually got better and recovered my health to what it was before the black-eyed kid encounter. I'll never forget the eerie feeling of dread I felt when I saw this being. Those ill-fitted clothes, those rehearsed lines, and oh yes, I'll never forget those solid black eyes.
For anyone interested, the black-eyed kid encounter was taken from medium M.E. Spree's book, My Paranormal Life. He doesn't offer the book for sale, but he does have an apprenticeship program he does. His email will be linked in the pinned comment below. Now it's time for this week's top comment. I received so many fun comments this week. Thank you all. This week's top comment goes to Princess Marlena! And it reads, "My brother and I used to be afraid of this old house in our friend's neighborhood. Rumor had it that it was a madhouse, and that the patients had rioted in the 1920s or 30s, then killed the staff before escaping. The house was actually a winter hunting lodge built in 1905, and expanded on in the 1920s, and used as a convalescent home in the 1990s. When it came on the open market and we visited the open house, it wasn't as scary to us as when we saw it on the street as kids, and we learned the real history behind it. It wasn't a madhouse. There were no violent deaths there." Princess Marlena, thank you so much for this and all your other comments. It's incredible to me how many stories children can make up with ease. I used to tell my older cousins stories about the monster that lived in the chimney, and the pictures in the hall with eyes that could follow you. However, that house you saw is probably really haunted. What were you doing going in there? That realtor didn't know anything. She just wanted her commission. She doesn't care if she's selling you a haunted house that's gonna kill you. You're lucky you made it out of there alive. Both the people in today's video are okay today, but the boy with the Ouija board did get in some trouble with his friend. When he tried to explain what happened with the board, his friend asked, if the snake was so big, how many feet was it? The boy answered, I don't know, it had 0 feet. So I think we're supposed to use inches. Do you ever wonder where names come from? Some cryptids have names that make perfect sense. Dogman, Bigfoot, the Ozark Howler. But some names cause more confusion than anything, like tonight's cryptid, that tricky shapeshifter, the Goatman.
You say you love Native American legends? Have you heard of the Goatman? No? Then please, allow me to enlighten you. I heard the legend when a power outage on our reservation made us decide to have a fire. As we all know, nothing goes better with a good fire than a good story. That was where I learned about Goatman. The legend goes that they shapeshift. They love human forms most of all, which is what makes them so dangerous. It's thought that if you find a bone of one, or take a photograph and keep it in your house, it will wait. For what, you ask? The answer is, they wait for you to leave. Once you leave, they ransack the place until they find what you took from them. There was an incident I heard that night. where some of the men met the goat man face to face. It was a night like the one I was experiencing. Some men had decided to have a fire in the desert and told some stories around it. Then a stranger walked out of the desert and took a seat, never speaking a word. No one really got a good look at the stranger. One man brought up the legend of the goat man, causing the stranger to listen more closely. At the end, the other men nervously laughed, the stranger still silent. The men decided to go back to their homes and put out the fire. They didn't have enough room for the stranger, and figured he could hitchhike back to town. They had just left when they saw something chasing after their truck. Afraid, they sped up. The creature sped up its pursuit as well. When it reached the truck, it flipped it over and dragged the 3 men off into the night. What happened to them, you ask? Well, they were never found. Be careful of the goat man. They can shapeshift, didn't I tell you? That homeless man begging for change could be one. Or your boss, teacher, or even your friends. I don't know where else to share my story. I don't really care where it's posted. The only thing that matters is that it is posted. My name is Kyle. This is my goat man experience. I learned about the goat man while camping in the woods with my friends Paul and James. We'd all been friends since 3rd grade, and Paul's family was moving away. It was supposed to be a 1-hour hike, but Paul got lost, and it ended up taking us 3 hours to make it to the campsite. It was a difficult day for all of us. I guess it was worse on Paul. Paul and his dad had hiked these woods for years. He must have been distracted. Because we made it later than expected, and we walked way more than expected, we set up camp, made some food, and just relaxed. That night around the fire, things were quiet. The thought of what was coming weighed heavily on us. We could barely look at each other. No one moved, but no one wanted to go to sleep. It's like we all hoped that if we just sat there quietly, the time would stop. Paul exhaled and broke the silence. Hey, you guys want to hear a story? I was a kid when my dad first told it to me. James and I stood quiet for a moment, and then I spoke up. I said yes, not because I wanted to hear some silly story, but because it was kind. James followed suit. That was the first time I'd heard of the goat man. I barely remember Paul's story. It didn't make any sense to me anyways. He was a goat, a man, a shapeshifter. Maybe if I was in the mood to hear it. But all I could think about was how much it was gonna suck to say goodbye. A few months later, I was hanging out with James and his girlfriend Mary. She was a really nice person. She'd go out of her way to make sure everyone else was doing well. Never made anyone feel second-rate. We were on our way to McDonald's to get some dinner, when I could have sworn I saw Paul. I asked James to stop the car. He was confused but pulled over. I looked out the back window, and there was Paul, standing in the road now, grinning. "Do you see that?" I asked James. I mentioned before, Mary was wonderful, but I did feel alone. I wasn't dating anyone, and we didn't all hang out as often as we did before James and Mary started dating. "Is that Paul?" James asked. James started preparing to turn the car around, but another car was coming. By the time it passed, Paul, or that Paul look-alike, was gone. We continued to McDonald's. Mary said we probably just missed Paul, and someone that looked like him was in the road. People sometimes see what they want to see. She had to be right. Paul moved away months ago. There was a line at the drive-thru. My eyes wandered aimlessly out the window, and I could swear I saw Paul again, this time right by a dumpster. I didn't bother to tell James or Mary. I just got out of the car and headed towards him. As I walked, his expression didn't change. He started backing up and disappeared behind the dumpster. By the time I made it there, he was gone. But there was an old homeless man there. looking at me like he expected me, with that same creepy grin. I ran full speed back to the car, jumped in, and locked the door. Mary immediately asked if I was okay. I was so confused. I wasn't injured, but I wasn't okay. I started telling them what happened, but before I came to the part with the homeless man, he was already standing beside the car, grinning. We took off. I was visibly upset. James and Mary drove me to my house. When we got there, no one was home but my dog Einstein. James and Mary came inside with me and helped me search the house. Once we were sure it was clear, they left. I locked every door and window in the house, went to my room, and laid down. But my mind refused to rest. Every creak, every peep, every sound inside and out made me jump. I had my cell phone with me ready to call 911 on anyone or anything. It was my parents calling me. They said they were on their way home. Einstein wasn't feeling very well, so they took him to the vet.
Oh no! Kyle, you need to go away! Kyle did go away. Get away. But before that, we need to get to this week's top comment. This week's top comment comes from Jared, commenting on the Ted Bundy's ghost video. And it reads, "My security instructor was a guard at that prison, and he had Ted Bundy. I asked him about the ghost sightings, and he said they were legit. Lots of guards saw Ted Bundy's ghost," he said. Not only was this an awesome comment, but don't be surprised if you see Jared's name on an upcoming episode of True Subscriber Stories. Thanks for the comment, Jared. You're this week's top commenter. When the goat man reached Kyle that night, he was terrified, but had a plan. Upon entering his room, Kyle looked up and said, "Dad, where have you been?" The goat man looked confused and asked Kyle, "When did you find out you were my son?" And Kyle replied, "When I was a kid!" Get it? Kid? Oh, come on. That joke wasn't that bad. The Mothman of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. A cryptid that has been seen by many eyewitnesses. So many, it made the papers. He often appears before disaster strikes. Some say he's trying to warn us. Others say he's the cause. Either way, it all started on a night in November 1966 in West Virginia.
Me and 2 other grave diggers were out working in the cemetery that night. You'd think working at a cemetery would be creepy. It was for the first few days. After you got over it, it was as creepy as any other job. Maybe less so. There are very few surprises at a cemetery. It's almost like they're frozen in time. I'm a few hours into my shift when I see something flying overhead. What is that? We tried to get a better look. It was huge. Its wingspan was at least 10 feet. From what we saw, it looked like a brown winged human. It quickly moved from tree to tree before just taking off. My wife, myself, and 2 of our friends were walking to the car from a friend's house. It was a fairly secluded area. They lived near the old World War II TNT plant. While we were walking, this thing landed near us. We all froze. It looked huge. It was at least 7 feet tall and looked like a winged man. It left just as quickly as it came, taking off into the air. We ran to the car and drove off as fast as we could. But a few minutes into the drive, we realized the thing was following us. At one point, we sped up and hit 100 miles an hour in an attempt to shake it. But we could still see it beside the car, keeping up with us. It chased us into town until it ran into a field. I was watching TV, and the TV started acting funny. There were these patterns on the screen, geometric-like shapes. I've never seen anything like it. While messing with the TV, I hear something outside. A weird sound, like a humming. I went and looked. I didn't see anything. I then heard a scream. It sounded like a woman screaming. So I ran back out. I see a figure standing by the trees. I shine my flashlight. It was big. It had the body of a large man, and wings, and its eyes glowed red. It was terrifying. I immediately went back inside. The Mothman was seen around the Silver Bridge. Again, not doing anything specific to anyone. Just sort of watching. A few days later, on December 15th, 1967, the Silver Bridge collapsed during rush hour traffic. 46 people were killed. The cause was said to have been from weak structure. After the tragedy, the sightings stopped.
Since then, there have been Mothman sightings reported around the world. Pretty creepy. You know what else is creepy? This week's top comment! This week's top comment comes from The Lone Roadie. And it reads, when I was in my teens, I was going to bed one night with my parents away and heard a weird hiss-like sound behind my head, where the headboard was. I never did find out what it was from. Ooh, that sort of thing will give you the chills every time. So for sharing such a cool, creepy story with us, this week's top commenter is the Lone Roadie. Thanks! Due to all the Mothman reports, the governor of West Virginia was getting nervous, so he called the chief of police. He asked what could be done if the Mothman started harassing citizens. The chief of police thought for a moment, and then told the governor they have a unit prepared for just that sort of situation. It's called a SWAT team! As a teenager, I loved going into the woods. No parents to tell me what to do. No cops to witness my extracurricular activities. The problem is, the lack of oversight makes the woods attractive to anyone that wants a little privacy, whether their intentions are good or bad.
Years ago, in the late 1990s, my brother and his high school buddies were hanging out in the hills behind our neighborhood, at the edge of a national forest. They were drinking, smoking, and walking along a fire access road. They were throwing rocks over the edge when my brother hit something that left a loud thunk. The boys were naturally curious, so they climbed down the hillside at the most safe point and went down into the arroyo, looking for whatever it was that my brother's rock hit. The rock landed on top of an old wrecked car from the early 1950s or maybe late 1940s, at the bottom of the arroyo. Inside the car was a family of skeletons and a picnic basket. The family had apparently veered off the fire road and crashed the car years ago. They hadn't been found until that day. My brother and his friends climbed out and made it back onto the fire access road. They headed down the road and placed an anonymous payphone call to report the wreck. This was before everyone had cell phones, of course. No one stuck around to see what would happen when the police arrived. They don't know what became of the wreck. This happened when I was growing up, around 2004 or 2005. I was about 13 years old. A good ways outside the town of Uvalde, Texas. The town itself was really small back then, and not much to look at. It's just one of those towns that really isn't on the way to anywhere important. My father knew someone who owned a deer lease that was about 1,000 acres down outside of that area, and was complaining about a ton of hogs that were tearing up their land. Being open season on hogs in the south, my dad thought he would surprise me that summer and take me down for a week to go hunting for them. Not only did that help him with networking for his job, but also gave us some quality father-son time. I remember the drive down there from Dallas was torture. It was about 7 hours in my dad's hardtop Jeep Wrangler. That car was so uncomfortable. I hated it. All I had to do was to either stare out the window or try to beat Super Mario Land 2 on my Game Boy Pocket, something I was never able to accomplish in my youth. Anyway, the drive obviously took most of the day, so we got there in the early evening. The owner of the land had told my dad that he hadn't had anyone lease it yet that year, and the cabin on the property might be a little rough and dusty. I didn't really care. At this point in my life, I had been in scouts for a couple years and spent a lot of my free time in the woods or fishing with friends. Needless to say, I was pretty comfortable with roughing it. After unlocking the gate and driving to the cabin on the land, we settled in. The cabin was pretty rough. Dust and dirt everywhere, flies. I remember it looked like some raccoons had gotten into the cabin and crapped on the floor. After cleaning up a bit, we decided we would try to get some sleep, so we got out the sleeping bags and set up the cots. Something about that night was weird. I was never able to get comfortable enough to fall asleep for any restful amount. I couldn't put my finger on why, but I had that feeling of being watched. I was finally able to drift off for what I guessed was maybe an hour. When we woke up, it was so early, about 7 a.m. We decided to scout around the land for tracks and signs of hogs, and find a good place to set up a blind. It was the summer, and horribly hot in the afternoons, so morning was the best time to be out and about. After walking for an hour or so, we came to an area of trees, lightly dense, and luckily found some signs of hogs. Typical torn up ground where they had been rooting, so we followed them into the trees. I was looking for more signs when my dad stopped me with his arm. I remember looking up and seeing someone standing about 50 yards away. Some of their body was blocked by trees. Now again, this was private land, so they definitely weren't supposed to be there. We also had confirmation from the owner before we got the lease that nobody was there. Not to mention the gate was locked up when we first arrived. The person was wearing some bright colored red jacket. We slowly walked towards them. My dad called out something like, "Hey, we're hunters, and this is private land." The person didn't move at all. Dead still. We were about 30 yards away, and could see that he was turned away from us with his hands in his pockets. Weird thing was that the person was in a ski jacket, and what looked to be ski pants. Now this is Texas in summer. It was about 98 degrees outside by then. My dad called out again, but there was no reaction. He told me to stay behind him, and unsnapped the clip to his pistol holster. Sadly, it's all we had at the time. We were only scouting the area, so the rifles were back at the cabin. We approached the person's right side, and then my dad told me to stay about 20 yards away. I stayed and crouched down and watched him circle around to the front of the man, all while talking to him and asking him if he was okay. He finally passed around to the front of the man, and my dad stood straight up with a confused look on his face. I called out and said, "What's wrong?" And he called back saying, "It's a mannequin." I walked over to it while my dad stood there, staring, and as I got closer, one thing stood out the most. The clothes it was wearing were brand new. No dust, no sap, bird droppings, or signs of being outside for more than a day at most. At that moment, I looked at my dad and could see him get worried. Almost immediately after, I felt that feeling again, like we were being watched, and I knew my dad felt it too. I wanted to start crying. I remember feeling suddenly so scared. My dad whispered, "We are leaving right now." He grabbed my hand and drew his pistol. He scanned the area the whole way back. The entire time, I was trying to hold back the panicked tears. We got back as fast as we could. I was terrified, so it felt like an eternity. But in reality, it was 45 minutes max. After returning, we packed up and beat feet. We drove back home that day and didn't talk much on the way back. I remember right after we left, my dad called his buddy, the owner of the land, and he was confused. He said that he would go check it out next week when he was in the area. He also said that he never had an issue with people before because his property was high fenced. My dad normally isn't a paranoid person, but me being young and the least possibly having someone there we didn't know about, he decided to be cautious and just get out of there. After we got back home, we talked, and my dad wasn't able to sleep the night before as well. He had the same feeling, but didn't want to wake me up, because he thought I was sleeping too. Turns out that next week he got a call from his buddy, and he checked the whole property and never found any trace of anyone. No mannequin, no nothing. It still makes my hair stand on end. No idea what that was, but the paranoid man in me thinks it was some kind of trap, or something. Not the creepiest thing that happened to me in the woods, but definitely top 3.
Oh man, those were 2 of the greatest stories! And now I'm gonna share with you guys 2 of this week's greatest comments and this week's top commenter! This week's top commenter is Katie Morris, and her comments read, "You got it! Great graphics, great narration, I subscribed in a second. Keep up the great work you do." And her second comment was, "I've watched a lot of these, and it's about graphics and narration for me, and you have the best to date. I'm a die-hard fan now. Keep it coming. I have just about caught up on your episodes and won't stop till I do." So, I want you guys to pay special attention where she says, "best to date?" I think this horror babe just asked me out. So, for becoming my new girlfriend, I'm naming horror babe Katie Morris this week's top commenter. And now, back to the mannequin story. 3 days later, there was a series of muggings in the area. Everyone reported the mugger was a mannequin. The police asked the third victim if the mannequin was just a torso. The victim thought about it for a moment and said, "No, he was armed and dangerous! Get it?" When I was a kid, I loved monsters. All kinds. Every Halloween, you'd get to watch monster shows, dress up as monsters, and pretend to be monsters. And when you were done, you could relax because your parents told you the monsters weren't real. It's too bad. They were wrong.
Being Navajo, I heard about skinwalkers, but I never thought I would actually encounter one. Things were strange the night this happened. The goats kept making noise, much more than usual. And my dog was also growling and barking a lot that night. It doesn't happen all the time, but every so often a pack of coyotes will make their way to the farm. They're easy enough to scare off, but if you don't scare them off, they'll kill everything. So I went out to check the goats, and to make sure there was nothing trying to get them. I didn't see anything. Eventually they calmed down, and I went to sleep. After a few hours, I was woken up by my dog growling, and I heard the goats making a commotion. I got up to grab my gun and noticed my dog cowering over by the bed. This wasn't like him. Some dogs might cower when they get scared, but he was much more likely to act crazy and bark up a storm. I made sure my gun was loaded and ran outside. By the time I got outside, it was suddenly very quiet, and I could see someone by my truck. "Hey, this is private property," I yell out, but he doesn't move. I start to move closer, and I'm beginning to see the person better. Only it wasn't a person. It was too tall, skinny. It had beady red eyes and a black mouth. I was about to run back inside and call the police when it made this horrible gurgling scream. I was so scared, I was paralyzed. I couldn't hold up my gun. I was in some sort of shock. That's when it started moving towards me, almost smiling. I managed to snap out of it and shoot my gun at it. This thing doesn't respond and keeps coming. I don't know what came over me, but I became angry, like there was a sudden rush of rage, and I start yelling at it. "Get away! Get away!" It stops, like it was confused, and then it just walked away. I told my friend about what happened. He said I was very lucky, and that if you don't show fear, the skinwalker will leave you alone. I was lucky. The next morning it was as if nothing had happened. My goats were fine, my dog was fine, and I was fine. I just turned 19 in the summer of 2004. Me and my older sister were driving home from a friend's house. We left around 10 p.m. It was maybe 10:30. There wasn't much around where we lived, except for roads. Roads that seemed to go on forever during the day, and felt even longer at night. My sister was driving, and I fell asleep. The drive was so boring, it was just hard to keep my eyes open through it. All at once, I felt my body being thrown forward. She had slammed on the brakes. When I opened my eyes, I saw a huge wolf sitting in the middle of the road. Now my adrenaline was through the roof from being woken up by my sister's braking. If not for my seatbelt, I probably would have hit the windshield pretty hard. And I understand a surge in adrenaline can make things appear more dramatic, but this was no exaggeration. This wolf was abnormally big. We have black bear in the woods in New Mexico, and this wolf looked like he could stand up to a black bear if he needed to. He had to be at least 300 pounds. My sister tried honking the horn at it to scare it out of the road, but it didn't move. It just stared at us. We started to wonder why it wasn't moving. It didn't make sense. We slowly start moving closer to it. My sister thought maybe the car approaching it would scare it out of the road, but it still didn't move. Needless to say, we were freaked out. That thing was huge. We didn't want to get too close. A wolf that size would be able to damage the car. We ended up going around it, and the moment it was beside us, my sister takes off. I looked through the back window, and it was gone. I tell my sister, and we start to talk about how weird that was. Then we see the wolf running alongside the car. It was keeping up, and we were going very fast. My sister started leaning harder on the gas. I asked her if I should call the cops, or animal control or something. She said to just call 911, and they can get animal control or whoever else needs to come out here. I took out my cell phone and looked out the window. I wanted to get a good look at the wolf and see a mile marker. But the wolf wasn't running beside the car anymore. Now there was a man running alongside the car, and I'm pretty sure he was naked. He was very pale, tall, and thin. I tell my sister. She glances at the mirrors and sees it. All at once, my sister floors it. As we pull away from the thing, it turns off into the bushes along the road. We made it home safe that night. We were both shaken up. We called animal control and said a large animal, maybe a bear, was harassing the car. We didn't want to sound crazy, and we knew whatever was out there would have no problem hurting whoever was sent from animal control, but figured it wanted to be left alone. Maybe animal control showing up would be enough to get it to go into the woods and stay there. I heard about skinwalkers growing up. I never thought about them too much. I figured they were just an urban legend. I think what we saw that night must have been a skinwalker.
Creepy! You know what isn't creepy? This week's top commenter, Julius Quasar! And this week's top comment reads, me. Fetch. Throws ball. Fetch. Yes? Me. No, I didn't mean. Gets attacked by Fetch. Ah! And Dennis Nedry scream. Thanks for the fun comment, Julius. It was awesome. Animal Control did send someone out to see if there was a bear making trouble on the road, but there wasn't any evidence of any animal found. Eventually, Animal Control called back and asked, "Where's Bear?" To which the brother replied, "Oh man, we thought it was a werewolf!" Greetings, my children. Tonight's story comes from a very special subscriber, Mike, the Naked Bigfoot. His channel will be in the pinned comment below. Mike has been involved in the paranormal for decades. He has some incredible stories to tell. This one came directly from his channel. I'd tell it myself, but he does it so well.
Hey everyone, it's Mike the Naked Bigfoot here. As I've been posting on a little bit of my social media and on Twitter, I've had the opportunity to assist a local paranormal team with an investigation. The team was called out to a home, very prominent, well-to-do family, because the grandparents and the grandchildren had been experiencing some critter that was tormenting and terrifying the grandkids, and eventually found its way into the house and was tormenting and scaring the grandparents. The paranormal team, Hank and Melanie, what they found out when they came there to investigate, they thought it was a ghost or a spirit, because this house is a very old, Southern Reconstruction house, but that fell about around the antebellum period. It's a very large, very old house. It had been in this family's family, in their family for generations. Absolutely beautiful on a huge old piece of property. What they saw on the property, Hank and Melanie, and what the grandkids described and the grandparents described on the property, was a small little creature with red eyes that started out scaring the kids under one of the largest old willow trees I've ever seen in my life, out in the back property where the kids would go out and play in. And it would pop up in the trees and hiss at them and jump down at them, and they'd go right into the house screaming. So naturally, their grandparents and their family thought it was like a wild possum or something. They didn't think, supernatural creature or a cryptid out there trying to get their grandkids. Well, this thing found its way into the house, and the grandparents saw it in the hallways leading down to where the kids would sleep at night. They saw it creeping down the hallway, going towards their grandkids' bedroom. And when the grandfather shouted out at it, he couldn't make out a lot of features of it. He could make out long ears, of course the red eyes, and very long fingers and arms and legs, but a very squat body, and it was creeping down through the hallway. When he yelled out around it, it whirled around on him, and he saw teeth, a flash of white teeth, almost like a grin on its face. And he swore that he heard it laugh at him, this hissing laugh, and it disappeared. It just stepped back and deeper into the shadows and disappeared. It scared the hell out of him. Well, this happened. They saw it several more times in the hallway, and the kids started seeing it underneath their bed. This long fingers coming out from underneath their bed, trying to scare them. Hank and Melanie, they got great pictures and video of scratch marks on the wooden floors and on the bedposts, supposedly made by this thing. It was 3-fingered scratches across the wood and along the hallway where they had seen it walking. They got pictures of the willow tree where there were long, deep, gouged in scratches onto the willow tree, and scratching footprints going towards the windows of the house, because the kids were seeing it outside their bedroom window before it came inside. Hank and Melanie they thought immediately, this is not a ghost. This is not their average haunting or spirit or poltergeist or residual haunting. So they called the resident monster guy in to see what he thought about it. And that was me, of course. So I had my son drive me down there, and I had them walk me through the property. Hank and Melanie, and I got a chance to talk to the grandparents and grandkids and look around a little bit. And my first assumption was it was definitely something supernatural, but it wasn't anything human. And just my basic walking around and listening to how this thing was sneaking through the house and sneaking across the property, it reminded me of 2 things off the top of my head, and it liked to scare people. It didn't hurt anybody, but it liked to jump out and scare people. At first, I thought it would maybe have been, your classic goblin, your classic fairy goblin that was out on the property. Because remember, this property is old as hell. There could be any kind of elemental living out here. My second guess was something called a fair, which is F-E-Y-R. It's a manifestation of fear itself. It takes on the form of fear. It can't hurt you, but it exists just to scare the hell out of you. And then as I was walking around the property, the grandmother had mirrors all over the property, all over the house, old mirrors. But one in particular caught my attention when I was walking through and I was discussing with Hank and Melanie what I thought it was. And I noticed this huge mirror in the main sitting room that was in a silver frame, or heavily ornate silver frame. And I stopped mid-step. I felt like I was being watched. Something was watching me. It was a cold sensation that started in my arms and just flowed through my entire body. I knew something was focusing its attention on me. And I realized that whatever it was that was staring at me with such intent was coming from this mirror. And I looked at the grandmother who was with us at the time, and I asked her how long that mirror had been in the house, how long they'd owned it. She said that mirror had been hanging on that wall since before the Civil War, and they have owned it, and it was part of the family property even before that, before the Civil War, and it had been on that location ever since then. And that's when it dawned on me that I wasn't dealing with some mindless goblin or mindless fair creature, some little trickster or something that was just there screwing around. I started to suspect it was something a lot nastier, a lot more intelligent, a lot more malevolent. But the only way for me to be sure was to open my senses and come in contact with the mirror to see if it would respond to me, because I knew it was watching me. Me alone, nobody else was feeling this. I felt like it was looking straight through me. It was peering at every part of my physical and spiritual body, I believe. So I approached the mirror, and as I got closer and closer to the mirror, my face rippled in the mirror, like somebody dropped water on the mirror, on a pond, and I could see a ripple go across my face, just one time, one little ripple across my face. And I reached out with my left hand, and I started tracing the silver frame around the mirror itself, and it was cold. It felt like somebody was shoving icicles in my arm. My veins felt full of just absolute ice. It took my breath away for a moment. And that's when I took my hand and I moved it up to the glass itself, the silvered glass itself. And as soon as my hand made contact with that glass, I felt such dark, cold malevolence. I came in contact with something very, very dark, very old. I could feel how old its age. Something that was just, it would never know love. It never wanted anyone else to feel love. I could feel that emotion shooting up my arm. And in my head, I heard something hiss and go, "You're not afraid? Then you need to leave. 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 You're of no use to me if you're not afraid." And I swear it felt like somebody punched me right between the eyes with a snowball. Somebody just dipped their hand in snow and made a snowball around their fist and hit me right between the eyes. And I fell flat on my ass. It felt like I was lying on my ass for, God, hours, but it was only a few minutes. My son ran to my side to pick me up off the floor and get my cane back under me, and everybody was gathered around me, asked me what happened. And I could just say, "Don't touch the mirror." And I made them take their hands off of me. I didn't want anybody else touching me. It was irrational how it made me feel. I was terrified. Whatever this thing was, it recognized me. And then somewhere in the back of my head, I thought, I know what this is. I know exactly what the hell this is. And that's when I looked up at Melanie and I went, "Melanie, it's a fetch." And my son, who has studied some of the books and some of the lore that I've collected, he just stopped and looked at me and he said, "How can that be? A fetch?" And I just looked at him and said, "It was a fetch. It's a fetch. It's a lot worse than what everybody suspects. It's a flippin' fetch." Okay, guys, what is a fetch? A fetch is a spirit being, a creature that exists in the spirit world. The next world, the spirit world is always is adjacent to the world of the living and to the corporeal world. A fetch is a shape-changing spirit. It can take solid form. Usually, it'll take the form of another person. It'll take the form of a small animal, insects, things like that. The purest definition of a fetch, though, in most lore, especially Irish folklore, fetches, when they appear before people, they usually take the form of a person. They're considered bad luck or ill fortune that will befall the person that they've taken the form of and appeared in front of. To the extreme, it means that person's probably going to die when a fetch appears before them. But the fetch, as a being, as a creature, is far more terrifying and far more insidious and than some fairy tale critter. A fetch feeds off of fear. That's its primary sustenance, is what it needs, fear to survive. They exist to evoke fear and create fear, especially out of children. Because children, of course, it's easier to scare a child and to play off of their fears. And they feed off of it. Fetches, unlike a lot of other spiritual beings, don't need to be invited into your home to come into your home. But what they do need to get into your home and to travel, basically, from the spiritual realm into our world or into someone's house, is a very highly reflective surface. It could be still water, chrome, hell, even a shiny wooden floor or linoleum. They can use a reflective surface. To them in the spiritual world, this is a window and a door where they can peer through it and see if it's worth their time coming through to feed. In the case of Goblin House, what the fetch was using was the mirror. That old mirror to pass in and out of the house, out of its world into the house, to feed. It's not easy to get rid of a fetch. Leaving it alone, it just becomes more hateful. It's like it's addicted to crack. A little bit of fear is not enough. It needs more and more and more and more. To get its fix every night, it needs more and more fear to be generated. A fetch does. So this thing was just not going. This was just not a one or two times thing. This thing was going to keep coming back to this house over and over and over again, and quite possibly was never going to go away.
Much like Mike thought, the fetch didn't go away easily. According to an email I received from him, it ended with me having to seal the whole house after sealing away the mirror. I got the crap scratched out of me at my house. It followed me home with friends, so I had to seal my house with my blood mixed with gree-gree powder, like the family's home. They tortured my dreams for weeks before I finally got rid of them. I'd never heard of a fetch before this, so this was a really special story. It makes you wonder about all the lore and legends that have existed and that could exist now that we're completely oblivious to. That's why I had to get permission to share it with you guys. And speaking of sharing, it's time for this week's top commenter. This week's top comment comes from SCP-049. Week after week, SCP-049 leaves these comments. It helps spread positivity. Awesome video, and have a great spooky day, because you're awesome! You're awesome, SCP-049. You all are. You guys are the reason I make these shows. Think about it. I'm a skeleton man. I have no use for platitudes. I'm glad you're all here having a good time. Maybe we can all try to be a little extra kind this week. Maybe to someone that doesn't really even deserve it. That way we can be really rotten next week and no one will see it coming. Oh, after Mike the Naked Bigfoot left, Grandma threw the mirror out. When the grandkids asked why the mirror was in the trash, the grandmother simply replied, "Fetch." That's when her grandson said, "No, you put it in the trash, you go get it out."
Slenderman's creation is credited to Eric Knudsen in 2009. But there are accounts that connect to Slenderman that existed hundreds of years before then. You can find stories in ancient folklore about a faceless, pale, thin man that would stalk children. And more recently there's Men in Black. Men in black suits that look completely normal at first glance. You'd never notice them in a crowd. But if you do get a good look at one, you start to notice anomalies, and the longer you focus on them, the more anomalies you'll notice. Could Slenderman be one of these? His ability to be invisible to those he doesn't want to see him, and visible to those he does, might suggest that he and the Men in Black are using a similar cloaking method. But I'm off topic now, aren't I? This is about that night. The night I saw Slenderman.
Many people can tell when they're being watched. This sixth sense normally helps protect people. But what if a monster was able to use this defense mechanism against a person, driving them to madness? Tonight's cryptid has had many names. The Tall Man, the Thin Man, some call him the Operator. But most people today know him as the Slenderman.
It was 1996. I was 13 years old. It was late, and I was just laying in my bed thinking about baseball when my mind went completely blank. Now, to be fair, I was lying in bed. My mind going blank and me falling asleep was the entire point. But this was different. For starters, I wasn't tired. I felt very awake, but my mind was blank, as if I was tired. Another strange thing was the position I was in. I was on my back. I never slept on my back. Ever. And to make things even more bizarre, I have no idea how or when I switched from lying on my side to my back, but there I was. I began to notice movement in the corner of my room, and then I saw him emerge. Slenderman. He began slowly approaching me, but I didn't move. Not that I couldn't move. I didn't want to. Even though this tall, faceless thing from the shadows was walking towards me, I felt calm. When he got to the foot of my bed, he started stretching his arms out towards me. I should have wondered what he was going to do, or what he wanted, but I just didn't care. I just laid there, calmly, like it was all completely normal. He continued stretching his arms out at me when my mom walked in. For some crazy reason, my mom walking in scared me. All at once, I was covered in sweat and breathing heavily. She ran to me and asked what was wrong. She said she heard me screaming from down the hall. I told her I wasn't screaming and left it at that. I didn't want to tell her about anything I'd seen. Being covered in sweat and telling her I wasn't screaming, she decided to check my temperature, but it was fine, and I looked fine the last time I saw her just before bed. She watched me closely the next day. In the end, my mom decided it must have been the Doritos I ate while watching the baseball game on TV that night. Doritos causing random screaming and sweating in the middle of the night doesn't make much sense, but neither does what really happened. I was 18 years old when this happened. I was working as the art teacher at a sleepaway Christian camp. Because it was a Christian camp, you weren't allowed to date the other staff. If male and female staff were even seen standing too close together, one of the higher-ups would say something. The job lasted from June to August, 3 months, a very long time not to even sit next to a girl. There was, however, one way to get around this rule, a loophole. If you said you were cousins, no one bothered you. I'm not even sure how the loophole existed. By the end of the summer, it seemed everybody had a cousin working at the camp. I spoke to some of the staff that worked there previously, and they said it happens every year. Also, the boy unit leader and the girl unit leader were married and met at camp. Did they also pretend to be cousins at first? The entire thing was ridiculous, but there was a beautiful camp counselor named Hannah, and I asked her to be my camp cousin. It was hard to sync up breaks to see each other. Camp counselors were given 1 2-hour break a day and every other night off, but the only places you were allowed to go at night were common areas. The chapel, the pavilion, and the movie room. Your only opportunity to be alone was to meet up during the day and to walk to the archery range. It was really far from everything else. You had to walk through a path in the woods, then across a field, and then through more woods before you got to it. And if someone happened to find you, you could always say you and your cousin wanted to talk to the archery teacher. One night, Hannah's break overlapped with dinner. This was the chance we'd been waiting for. We figured we could walk to archery and make it back during dinner. No one would notice, and no one should be around because everyone's at dinner. At first, I was really nervous, but the further we got from the mess hall, the more relaxed I got. By the time I could see the field from the woods, I was already holding her hand. We came to the edge of the woods, and all of a sudden I felt her squeeze my hand. I automatically think she must have seen someone, so I simultaneously tried to shake my hand free, prepare my alibi, and look for whoever was around. My hand was not getting free from her grip, and I didn't need my alibi. Standing in the field was what looked like a tall, thin man dressed in black. Everything about it was unnatural, from how tall it was to how thin it was, just everything. Thinking out loud, I say, "Do you think someone is building a scarecrow?" Before her and I could say anything else, it twisted its body to look at us. That thing, whatever it was, didn't have a face. We took off straight for dinner. The path that led back to the mess hall would bend here and there. We completely ignored the path and ran in a straight line through the woods. We were visibly rattled when we made it. The camp director asked what happened. We told him we were walking by the chapel and saw a 300-pound squirrel. It was the code we used for bear, so the children wouldn't get scared and panic. The maintenance guy went out and looked around the chapel, but obviously didn't find anything. It's not like I could tell them we were at the field together. For the rest of the summer, Hannah and I didn't even try to spend time alone together again.
Wow! You know, they say you'll find things where you least expect them. Kudos to Slenderman. I never thought of looking for him at Camp Jesus. Best hiding place ever. And speaking of the best, it's time for this week's top commenter. This week's top commenter has been a subscriber since before we had 300 subs and is always up for making some trouble in the comments. She's a great horror babe, Taylor Ray. And her comment from the parody trailer for The Fast and the Furious reads, Love this. So long as there's no killing of animals, it should be a hit. That's not just my bleeding heart speaking either. Statistically, people care a lot more about the animal being killed than humans in films. Maybe they all have bottled water guns, like you would use anyways. Get it? I definitely do get it, and that would be awesome. Maybe the cats can fight the dogs with rolled up newspapers, like they're sword fighting. That was fun to think about. Thank you so much for all your comments and support, Taylor. A few weeks later, after camp was over and everyone went home, our friend started to go out and look for Slenderman. When his friends asked about what he was doing, he said, "At first I was afraid of him because he was so tall. But now I really look up to him."
The small town of White Bluff, Tennessee has a population of under 4,000 people. On beautiful days, it's not unusual to hear visitors say the town's warmth and charm is reminiscent of a simpler time. And they're right. The town has an old soul. But at night, when the visitors leave and things get quiet, there's a legend about a terrible creature that's been haunting the town for 100 years. The White Screamer.
Hey Super Horror fam, in case you didn't know, murders, monsters, and malicious spirits are only where the fun starts on Super Horror Show. If you haven't been watching Lunch Break, then you've been missing out on very important videos. Without Lunch Break, how will you find out about important topics like when to punch someone in the face? Can you tell if someone's a sex offender just by looking at them? Or about selling your soul to the devil? Don't miss out on this very educational content. Watch Lunch Break with Papa Bones. One of the first things something evil will do when trying to get to you is isolate you. Maybe that's why some of the creepiest stories come from small towns. The fewer people it would need to overwhelm, the better. So sit tight and pull your covers up while I tell you about a monster that's been haunting the same small town for 100 years.
According to legend, a family moved to the natural hollow in the woods of White Bluff. It was beautiful and peaceful, so they built themselves a home and started to work the land. From day one, things on the farm were strange. It's difficult to describe. Nothing outright terrible happened, but things didn't go the way you'd expect them to. It was like everything was resisting the farmer and his family. But At the end of the day, it was their home. They reasoned they would figure it all out soon enough. Maybe the plants would need more or less water in this area. Maybe the animals here just acted a little different. It was nothing the farmer couldn't figure out. They were convinced they would get it right. That is, until one night. That one night, the screaming started. They'd been in the bluff for a while now. The summer solstice passed. The days were getting shorter. The family sat down in their humble little home, ready to eat. The farmer lowered his head as he always did, and prepared to say grace. But before he could, a terrifying scream filled the air. Things immediately descended into chaos. His daughter started crying. The farmer checked outside his cabin, but didn't see the source of the screaming. By morning, the screaming stopped. The farmer and his wife told their daughters some animal was probably being killed and was in pain. But that night, it happened again. It didn't stop. Night after night, it was always the same. The sun would go down, and the screaming would start. One night, the farmer couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed his gun and took off into the night, looking for the source of the screaming. The screaming sounded like it was coming from everywhere. He couldn't tell if it was one scream being echoed through the hollow, or if it was multiple screams coming from different directions. He started following the scream that was the loudest. It led him to a bush. The farmer readied his gun and approached the bush. But when he got there was nothing. And all at once, the screaming stopped. The farmer was terrified. He held his breath so he could listen closely. Suddenly, the sounds of screams filled the air. But this time, it wasn't the horrible scream that he'd been hearing every night. It was something far worse. He heard his wife and daughters screaming out in pain. He raced back to his house. When he got back to his property, the screaming had stopped. By the time he reached his house, it was already too late. His wife and daughters were cut up. Pieces of them were everywhere. To this day, residents of White Bluff say the White Screamer can be heard screaming around the hollow, haunting White Bluff.
What the devil? Nice town, my butt! Sounds great! Welcome to White Bluff. You gotta try one of Sharon's cherry pies on Main Street. It'll make you slap your mama. Oh, by the way, there's one teeny tiny little thing you maybe should know about. Sometimes this homicidal creature starts screaming at night, and well, one time it tore an entire family to bits. But that was a long time ago, so no need to worry about it. And, yeah, you go on down to Main Street and have yourself a big old piece of pie. Crazy. But you know what isn't crazy? This week's top commenter. This week's top commenter is Mark Asquith, and his comment reads, "Small following, but amazing content. This channel is sure to get a sizable following. Please keep the stories coming." Thanks, Mark. I read this one extra loud so YouTube would hear it. And don't worry, I'll definitely continue putting out the best scary stories I can find. Thanks for the comment, Mark. Every comment helps tell YouTube that my videos aren't trash, so I appreciate every one. I might need to find someone to do some PR for me. Maybe that would work. I wonder who does PR for the White Screamer. They must be amazing. Who hears that story and thinks, the screaming, that's the most valuable part of this story. Personally, I would have went with, Whites cut you up into tiny little pieces when no one is looking. That way all that important information is up front. Well, until next week, don't fall to pieces. I'm back! Okay, I might not be 100% yet, Super Horror Fam, but I missed this chair, and this fire, these creepy stories, and most of all of you. Because it's my first day back, I figured I'd share a true subscriber story today. I have some incredible true scary subscriber stories to share. I call this story Cold.
Years ago, my husband and I lived a mile deep in the woods. Our state had a terrible snow and ice storm, and we were without power for several days. The temps were in the 20s, and the storm took down some trees, blocking us in. After the 5th night, the temps in the house were almost freezing. We were sitting in silence, staring at the candles. Suddenly, we both heard several people singing. And both at the same time asked, "Do you hear that?" It got louder and louder until they were right outside the house. We didn't move. It was frightening. We couldn't recognize the language they were singing in. And then, it suddenly stopped. When it was light out, my husband checked for footprints and found nothing. We had no idea what it was.
Oh man, that story chilled me to the bone! It's strange how time changes how you feel about things. Years later, Sandy and her husband were talking about how scary it really was to be trapped there, when her husband admitted he kind of wished he could go back. Sandy looked at him and said, "Do you want to die of hypothermia?" And he replied, "No, I just want to look cool." You ever think about where some cryptids get their names? Like the Jersey Devil. Why is he called that? Were they worried he would be confused with the New York Devil? Or the Texas Devil? Or the California Devil? Tonight we take a look at the Jersey Devil, born in the 1700s, but still said to haunt the woods till this day.
The Legend of the Jersey Devil. The legend begins in the Pine Barrens of southern New Jersey, back in 1735. Mother Leeds learned that she was pregnant with her 13th child. She was poor, and her husband was often drunk, and no help to her and her 12 children. So when she discovered she was pregnant again, in a moment of exhaustion and frustration, she cried out, "Let this one be a devil!" A few months later, on a stormy fall night, Mother Leeds went into labor. She was brought into a separate room from her family by the midwives and had what seemed to be a normal delivery. She had a baby boy, but a few minutes later, the baby started to transform into a terrifying creature with long, sharp claws and bat-like wings. It screamed out a blood-curdling cry as it attacked Mother Leeds, killing her and one of the midwives. It then broke into the room with the father and the children, attacking as many as it could before taking off up the chimney and flying into the dense forests of the Pine Barrens. Later, sightings of this creature were reported in the area and continue even to this day. People report hearing screaming in the woods and seeing a strange creature some claim is the Jersey Devil. One man thought the Jersey Devil was just a silly legend until one day in 1989. I was camping with a couple of friends in the Pine Barrens. One morning, me and my friend Tim got up early and decided to go hike one of the trails before the others woke up While we were walking, we heard this terrible shrieking scream. It sounded like an animal was being killed. We looked around and didn't see anything, so we decided to keep walking. About 15 minutes later, we could see something up ahead in the distance, between the trees. It was very dark brown, maybe black. It looked taller than a man, but looked human-like. It had wings on its back, big wings, and it was hunched over something. We didn't move. I was worried it would notice us. That's when its head popped up. It knew we were there. My hands were both shivering and sweating. The creature then stood up and took off. We were freaked out and ran back to camp and told the other guys what we saw. They said they could hear the scream too. We quickly packed up and left. I don't know about the other guys, but I haven't been back to the Pine Barrens, and probably never will. Sightings of a strange creature continue in the area to this day.
Oh man, I would have gotten out of there too. Did you see that thing? He's got a face only a mother Jersey Devil could love. Later on that same day, a group of teens set up camp at the same spot. The Jersey Devil was very hungry and waited till it was night to eat them. Well, when it was night, the Jersey Devil went to the camp. The teens got spooked and were hiding under their covers. The Jersey Devil ripped into the tent, quickly took a large bite out of one of the teens' covers, and immediately left. He said he didn't want any more because it tasted like sheet!